How we doing, man? How you guys doing? You guys see this thing? Trippy looking, huh? Thing's kind of weird looking. It's real. You wouldn't think that's real. You would not think that's something real that we'd be allowed to have. These clowns, these bots have to trip out. Bots have to come right in. We got man pigs here to fight. No bots. How you guys doing, man? Appreciate the likes. Appreciate the likes. This is my backup page. I've had my page banned, my main page banned. This is my backup. My new main page is now shadow banned. Oh, thank you. Yes. TikTok started flipping it on us for some reason. I don't know why they flip it. We got this guy here. Yeah, check that out. Check that out. You would think this was science fiction. When you think this is science fiction, this is just science, no fiction. No fiction, just science. No big deal, right? No big deal. They're using the same type of modifications. For what? It's so old. Yeah? Well, I don't remember it. I bet you a lot of people don't remember this happening. Like, no big deal. This is old news. You know what they're doing to the food now? You should watch some of my videos. I bet you could learn something from it because they're doing this to the food in a sense. This story is not 15 years old. This story is only 2 years old. So whether they've been mutating animals or whatever, adding man to pigs, yeah. You think that's a sculpture, and you think it's fake? Well, I hope it's fake. Honestly, I hope it's fake. Go prove it wrong. Go prove it wrong. I hope so. Doesn't matter if it's old, does it? What's the principle of it? They're doing this with the edible food too. And you don't see anything unethical, and why is it so normal to us just to be like, this is no big deal. This is just old news. But yet they've got this going on. Don't know how to read. I really hope I'm wrong, man. Please prove me wrong. Please prove it wrong. I'm not asking you to prove if it's been known. I didn't say it hasn't been known. I didn't say this is groundbreaking, brand new evidence that they're making man pigs. It's the principle, man. They're making you guys as farm animals too. They made the farm animals. They made them, right? Did you know that? I'll bet you $1 million. You can jump on here live with me and we can talk live. I'll bet you $1 million. There's a lot of stuff you don't know about what you're eating. It looks like a troll guy. It looks crazy to me. And with the weird times going on right now and the biblical stuff, they talked about this in the Bible about making these human animals. See, a few Genesis. They talk about it right there. It's an art piece. Well, then you should report CNN, and you should report these websites that are saying that the FDA approves this stuff. You should start reporting it if it's just a sculpture, because they're lying to us then. They're lying to us. I think it is pretty sad. That's got human and animal in the same thing, and it's got some kind of a soul in there. It's got to, if it's got energy in it, somehow it's got a soul in there. Maybe not. Makes you wonder. You should go watch the last 2 videos that I made about this stuff. I just posted them. I just posted the most recent one. It's not necessarily about him, but it's what they're doing. And they're also putting it in the stab. They're mutating these things in labs, and then they're using their blood. They're using their blood to put it in the stab. They're saying that the cow's blood is better, and they have more of it. And now the cows can donate us blood. I'm not playing with you guys. I'm going to show you something. This is no big deal, right? This is fake AF. Is this fake AF right here? Is this fake AF? Read it. Read it. You see what they're doing, man? I'm not making this up. Fake AF. Go talk to CNN. Fake AF on the 2020. That's weird. That's weird. That was right after that had happened. They already had these cows ready to go to give us what we needed. Yep. You might be mad because you got it. Did you go get it? You took the blue pill. This is nothing I'm making up. Go look it up. Look at what they're doing. Medical products? That's weird. What do you get from it? It's fake news? I hope so. Hey, David, I hope so. You wish you could read it? Go Google it. If you want to know, you can Google it fast. Just type these keywords in. It'll come right up for you. You can read it on your own. CNN is trash. CNN is trash. I agree. Don't believe what you see. Dude, I don't. I know for a fact they've been doing this. If you guys don't know that, it's time to wake up. It's time to wake up and know they've been doing this for years, right under our noses. And they put it out. They put it out there, and we don't even pay attention. What does it say? Read it. The U.S. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, that's the FDA, they approved genetically modified pig whose body doesn't make a component that triggers an allergies. So you're good to go. You can GMO these pigs and you won't have allergies. No big deal. What's up, Zuzu? How you doing, fam? I've been going live on my other page because it's shadow banned. I'm trying to help the analytics on my other page. So if you don't have my other page added, it's on my link tree in my bio. And that's my new main page after I got banned on my main page. It's really confusing. Do you want to know what my definition of a GMO is? You want to know? This one's probably upset because his name is Past the Bacon. Do I know what a genetically modified organism is? I do. I'm very aware of it. And you know what? You know they can have naturally seedless lemons and call it non-GMO. You know they can kick that term around and they can snake around it so much it doesn't mean anything, but it is something. They do genetically modify these animals, and they just started making the salmon. They make your salmon now, and they're going to be mating with the wild salmon. And the FDA approved it. And the FDA approved lab meat on November 16th. I do my research. Check it out. Read it. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Nobody talks about this stuff. GMO products are safe. Hold on. It is a little cut off, man. I apologize. TikTok's not perfect. They cut it off a little bit, buddy. If you really are dying, go to Google, type in FDA approves new blah blah blah, and it'll come right up for you. And if you don't like Google, go on Brave browser or go on DuckDuckGo, whatever you want to do. I'm just trying to tell people that want to know the info. If you don't, you can dip quick or you can kick it, and we can go through. I go through all kinds of stuff. GMOs are safe. GMOs are safe. No difference, right? Fear mongering? Who said anything about fear mongering? I'm not fear mongering any. Why are you in fear? Why are you in fear? What are you so afraid of? You don't understand my explanation. What a genetically modified organism is. It's something that's genetically modified, and they can do it in different ways. They can do it in many different ways. Just because they say the general term genetically modified, that means they have bioreactors. Do you know what a bioreactor is? Yeah, I'm not giving them my energy. I already know there's always these people that jump in on the blue pill off the matrix, and all you have is a Google page, and they're saying, "Oh, you're fear mongering." Who said anything about fear? I didn't say anything about be afraid. I didn't say be afraid. All I'm saying is you guys know they're doing this. Do you know they're doing this? That's all I want people to know. If you don't want to know, then dip. If you want to know, then I'll tell you they're doing this. They're doing it in the stabs. They're mixing up the video I posted. These people, they're taking they're taking human cells and they're growing it in a cow. In a healthy person that doesn't have the C19, and they grow it in this cow, then they grow the cow up, and now they're saying this cow is got antibodies because it already had a shot of the C19, the non virus portion of C19. So now you're able to get your plasma from them. I made you guys a perfectly easy video to follow on it, and it's not fear mongering, bro. It's not scaring. It's nothing. I'm just saying they're doing this. It's the only fear is the fact that they're really doing it. You know what I mean? And that's the scaremongering. You guys are funny, dude. Fresh off the For You page. I love the For You page because I get people in here waking up. I get people in here going back to sleep. We got red pills and we got blue pills. What do you want? You follow me, you're going to take the red pill. Ask anybody who follows me. I got nothing but facts for people. I do not lie to anybody. I have no time for lying. You guys are talking about politics. That's a big joke to keep you all guys fighting each other. Goddess, I appreciate you. I'm telling you guys right now, the politics and the racism, all that shit's a joke. It's just to keep you against each other. We got to really know who the real ones that we need to go against, guys. Quit fighting each other. Quit coming in off For You. Oh, this is scaremongering. Why are you scared? Who said? You got to figure out who's really got you guys' backs and who doesn't. It's every man for themselves in this world, guys. This guy is not going to be healing humans. This thing is made up. You know that, right? You guys know they made these things. I hope you do know that. I've proven it time and time again. They made these. Go find this thing in the wild. You know how they made them? I would love for somebody to explain to me real quick before Googling how they made these. Tell me, because I'll tell you. I'll tell you how they made these cows, guys. They made them. You cannot find them in the wild. Go find me one. Upload a picture. And tag me in it. Tag me when you find a black and white cow in the wild. I'll come in there and I'll give you a round of applause, because you'll never find these things. Selected breeding. They did that 10,000 years ago. They got a white cow and a black cow, and they mixed them with their own selective breeding. A lot of these animals, they're like a mule in a sense. They're just not made to mate. Okay, but some of them can reproduce, and that's scary to me. Wendy, oh, we've got triggers off before you. It's dwindling down, though. We got a lot of blue pillars that are dwindling out, and they like the taste of the blue pill. It tastes like petroleum, Wendy. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to tell the people that want to know that they create these animals that we be eating and drinking. I just want y'all to know. I don't want people to be mad, scaremongered. None of that, man. These ones are selective breeding. These guys are talking about selective breeding, like they haven't done. Is this selective? When they made the man pig, was that selective breeding? Hold on. Let's see what you guys know. Selective breeding. Here's another example of selective breeding. Bro, do you know what GMOs are? I don't know. Do you know what this is? This is supposed to be a real thing, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody thinks it's a big deal. Scaremongering? That's pretty scary to me. Picture's fake? Go report it then. You should go report those websites. Actually, I have the FDA talking about this thing too. So you can go report the government's website. It's so fake. What's the website? Go on the government's biotech website and go Google this. Google the man pig. It's not real? I hope not. I'm not here to make this up. You wouldn't think this is real. I didn't. It took me a while to process that this was real. Yep. It's a real organism. They're not lying to us. They have to tell us the truth. Look. They're not lying to us. You think that they can't do this? You think they can't do this? Anyway, the point is, you guys, you got to figure out who's your friend and who's your enemies. It's quick. You got to do it quick. You got to do it quick. You keep hating each other, man, you're always gonna fail. Keep hating each other. Keep hating. The more you hate, the more they win, guys. The more that you naysay, the more that you, oh, let's defend this meat. Let's defend these animals. The more you defend it, the more you're playing their game, buddy. We gotta wake up. Is it wrong? Read this article. Was it wrong for scientists? You know they had this on National Geographic? Isn't that kind of scary? National Geographic posted this. No big deal, right? It's natural selection, bro. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen natural selection? Where's the tinfoil hat? I don't know. Ask National Geographic. Ask National Geographic where the tinfoil hat is. Yeah, it's not scary at all. That's all right. That's all right. No, you did. They did have it. They did have it on Nat Geo. No big deal, right? They lied about the mermaids. Okay, well then they're lying again. We better go report Nat Geo now. Let the FDA know. Let them know. Let them know. Punished. What's good, punished? Oh, hold on a second. These guys want to talk about natural selection. Hold on. Yeah, the mermaids are real. Quit tripping on that. They were. Here it is, bro. Here it is. They're called chimera. Do you know what that is? You know what a chimera is? Look. Scaremongering. This guy's fear-mongering. This guy's scaremongering me. Look. This guy, that's natural selection, asshole. That's selective breeding. Non-GMO. This thing is scary to you. Scaremongering? Chimera. Yeah. Yep, chimera is a real thing. Chimera is a real thing. What the hell? What is that? What is chimera? Oh, you're scaremongering. This is fake news. Where's the fake newser at? Where's the fake newsers? Appreciate the likes, guys. For the ones who are awake and conscious, that they can see that there's something going on that's not good here. You know what I mean? It's so funny. I always get to see both sides so prominently. You just got your real fighters and your real awake people that are like, yeah, this is happening. Like, just beware. I'm not trying to scaremonger. I don't want people not to sleep at night. Right, guys? See, the ones who are awake, they know. The ones who are awake, they see the ones who are not. It's sad, guys. Go to Walmart. Go to Walmart. Go to Walmart, man. You'll see the matrix. You'll be like, "Damn, this really is a matrix and people are sleeping on it." Yeah. These guys are really triggered today. These guys are really triggered. Sheep are easily scared. That's too bad, right? You know, when the first thing you do is you jump in and say that I'm fear mongering, are you the one that's afraid? Because you're the one saying, nobody said anything about be afraid. No one said to be in fear. No one said any of that, but you're like, you're fear mongering me. Well, you must be triggered somehow. And it's not what I'm trying to do. I just want people to be advised, dude, that this stuff's crazy. They're doing a lot of stuff in labs. Labs is these guys' best friends. Labs are these guys' best friend. The meat they throwing away at the stores nowadays, that's like the last of our worries, fam. Somebody want to know about GMO? Somebody want to know what GMO is? You're manipulating genetic material. You're manipulating. This one's laughing. He's laughing at labs. I don't know. Maybe they don't do it at labs. Maybe they're in their backyard, buddy. Maybe they're just in the backyard mechanics, and they're mutating genetic materials. I got it on lock. People hate me because I know the facts. I'm trying to advise people. That's alright, because you get me hella comments when you do that. So I appreciate you. No big deal, right? They're making they tell you it's a lab. LOL labs? LOL? LOL, it's labs. LOL? Uh-oh. This guy knows what he's talking about. I'm just trying to advise people what's going on with your food. Why do you have to be so angry? Everybody gets so triggered on the food. Just eat real food. If y'all just ate real food, you'd be surprised how your life can change. Looks like a lot of the clowns are slowly dropping out. Soylent Green. Yep. I mean, eventually, we'll run out of the cells to grow the meat. J Work, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, J Work. Define real food? I don't know. Maybe food that grows from the earth, first of all. And second of all, ones that aren't being altered and sprayed by man. Yes, there's still some that exist. It's not very common, but you got to be weary and you have to be very conscious when you're looking for the food you put in your body. And I'm very conscious of what I put in my body, and it sure as hell is not anything close to this. It's called real foods. I'm funny, huh? I red potatoes punished. They're not bad, but they're still starch and they're still high carbohydrate, and I don't vibe with them. But you can get away with them. Just I wouldn't eat them all day. The meat lacks all kinds of stuff. The lab meat is definitely going to be lacking. They say that they got the protein and everything that you think you need. So you guys. So I see some people in here that literally are just naysaying everything I say with nothing backing it, and they've been in here for, let's see here, y'all been in here for 20 minutes of your life, just sitting in here commenting like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. I would hope that you had something better to do, fam. If not, if you're learning at all. So obviously I don't have any moderators in here right now, because usually you guys are really good. Zuzu, we usually, if you don't mind, if you want to be one, you could be one. Because we usually just ask these people until it dwindles down into the real people, and then we'll talk about real things like grown-ups, and we'll get rid of all the kids out of the room. because all the little kids that are throwing tantrums and screaming, the adults can't talk like grown-ups when the little kids are screaming. So we'll wait. If you want to come back with some facts instead of just naysaying with negative comments, then we can talk facts. If I'm wrong that they're growing lab meat, I want to be wrong. Please. I don't care because I don't eat meat. I don't eat meat. And when I do eat meat, I eat wild meat that I take out of the wild. Yep. 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 I know. I know. You're wrong. It's called grafting. What are they grafting meat? These they're grafting cells. Oh my god, you are defending this? You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Hey, thank you though. You're giving me tons of comments. Dude, the more angry you are and you're typing, the more it helps my page. So you could just keep commenting. No one said anything about it being bad. I just said I want you to be advised. When did I say it was bad? When did I say it was bad? Maximum NPCs, huh? Punish. Do you want to jump on here, bro? You can jump on here with me. I like your videos. You and I need to talk, Punished. We need to talk about what's going on around us. Tell me I'm wrong. Punished. We need to punish some people. Punished. I'm just kidding. We can let them be triggered, bro. That's all right. You know what I mean?
Yo, what up?
What's up, bro?
Not much. I don't have the camera on because I just like woke up and my hair's all crazy and shit. So
You're good.
I'm gonna do
You're good, buddy.
audio only. So yeah, dude, you got me to quit honey, and I was putting that in everything, every cup of tea. Honey, honey, honey. The bananas. When I would make my purchase, it would ring up at about 8 pounds. So that means I was probably eating 6 pounds per week. Coffee. I was drinking a pot of coffee per day. That's fucking sorry. That's all done.
How do you feel after that?
I feel like I weigh 20 pounds lighter on my feet. I'm like getting so much more done. I'm in a way better mood. Just getting the house clean, chopping wood, walking the dogs. I got to cook for people, man. I don't know. I'm just on fire.
That's awesome. You realize that this caffeine shit, we don't need it. You know what I mean? And
Dude, that's when I started to really feel great, is when I quit that.
yeah, coffee is toxic, man. It's a bad one. It's a hidden one.
Dude,
You
it
know what
was
I mean?
messing with my like mental health too. It was making me
Yes.
anxious, and I was
Yes,
like,
it
why am I
does.
always just so freaking dude? It's the best thing that I've like done in like a very long time is quit that coffee. And
Yeah.
you don't need it. You think you need it to
No.
wake up. You don't need anything to wake up,
No, you don't. And I just finished mine, but tea, man. Fall in love with tea. Tea is amazing.
dude.
You can do it
I've
fasting,
always
you know?
loved tea, but now that's my main drink. I drink organic green yerba mate. I drink all these. Yeah, and now I take them out of like the tea bags because I heard you say like there's fluoride in the bags, and I knew that. I said I can't believe I've been drinking out of the bag, so I either buy it loose or I take it out of the bags. But I got all kinds. I got like sarsaparilla tea, I got sage tea, I got lots
Yeah,
of
I
teas.
say just get it organic. The
Yeah.
loose tea is good to do. It's a good practice. But the bags are usually bleached, but the tea itself is actually grown in like they've like I don't know what they're growing it in like fluoridated soil. I didn't dig that one all the way up, but all I know is it's toxic, man. You know what I mean? Like it's like at this point it's toxic. And
Well, tea sucks up sodium fluoride more than like other plants, so that's why it will collect it.
there you go.
So if
That's
it's a
probably that's
contaminated,
probably right where I was getting to when I was studying.
But now a lot of green tea has calcium fluoride, which is like the healthy, and the
Hmm.
sodium fluoride, that is the unhealthy. So
Yeah.
there's a misconception that all fluoride is bad. Well, the calcium fluoride, if you went in the forest and picked up a handful of dirt, that would be in it. You know,
Right.
it's like a
You know, and
natural mineral.
yeah, and punished. You've rolled with me enough. You know now that are they using that fluoride when they put it in the municipal city water?
Yes, that's sodium fluoride, which is a byproduct of aluminum smelting, and it's so toxic they have nowhere to put it, so they give it to us to drink.
Yes, and it's not just aluminum. It's not just a
All
byproduct
kinds of
of
smelting.
aluminum.
All Yeah, it's a toxic industrial byproduct of a
Yes,
few things.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's rodenticides.
Yep,
It's aluminum. It's iron ore manufacturing,
yep.
and it's insecticides. And there's one more. I've got the page on it. I pull it up all the time where they literally tell us right there on not fear mongering websites on the government's biotech. I always pull up the government because people want to naysay the sites and all that. I'll just say, okay, well, I'll pull up your little government's website. You're gonna go against, your government? Nobody does. Everyone's afraid to, you know? And yeah, bro. It's crazy. When I learned that with my blinders off, I was just like, and I haven't drank fluoride in years, but I'm thinking of everyone else. You know what I mean? Like I really was just like, dude, these people are still these kids at school, the fountains, and it's like, sure, you're gonna live through it. You're gonna live through the death of a thousand cuts, but who wants
And
to
then
be
like
on the
the
death of a thousand
dentist,
cuts?
he takes that big tray of it, like the foam, like a tray, and he puts it in your mouth full. You know, the big foam, like a tray full of fluoride. And
Mm-hmm.
then the dentist, when you're like 6 or 7 or 8, he jams that in, you know, in your face, and you sit there with that thing like for like, you know, 20 minutes. So you get this
So
big
have
tray
you?
of fluoride in your mouth, and
Yeah.
you're a kid, and you're just sucking on that for like 20
Yeah.
minutes.
And they tell us that the fluoride they use in the dental industry is also synthetic.
Yep,
They
it's the
they
worst
tell us
kind.
plain as day. And when I did my video on fluoride, I pulled up the government's biotech website again, and they clearly state in that story, in that write-up, they clearly state that a kid died from it. A
Yep.
kid straight up died from it. They verified that the kid died from it, and they still have it out there because it's got to kill you right then and there, or they get to approve it.
Well,
And they're masters of it. They're masters of a death of a thousand cuts.
and they
You
do it
know.
at that age because it'll calcify your pineal,
Hmm.
so you'll never grow to reach your full like potential. So it's pretty much it's a chemical castration of the mind.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a crime.
That's a great way to put it.
It's a crime
That's
against humanity.
it is, bro. And it's like for the ones that aren't awake, for that they just it sounds crazy to them. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
and they will look
And
at you with that fluoride stare, like you just like you were from Mars
yeah,
and you just walked off a spaceship.
yep. And it's
That's
like I
the
always tell
worst.
people, it's all fun and games. Ignorance is bliss until you get sick or something from it. You know what I mean? And it's not just the fluoride. Like me, like I had neurological problems. I lost my hair, I lost my eyesight. I was all sickly. You know what I mean? And and it wasn't just the fluoride, but it's a combination. That's why I say it's a cancer cocktail.
Yeah.
They feed you the toxic foods. You got the toxic metals in your mouth. Now you're drinking heavy metals with the toxic fluoride metals. And then you're heating it up, and you're releasing more mercury. And then you're eating fish that has more mercury. And it's just like, dude, there's so many angles. And it's like, gosh, man, you
I
have
gotta
to.
hand it to them. They plan it out like so perfect. Like
Yes,
everything like
exactly.
complements each other, and
Yes,
it's just some self perpetuating. Like
it is.
it's genius.
You're
I've
1,000.
gotta hand it to them.
Yeah, you're right. You're 1000% right because not only am I a victim of that design, because I went fast forward just because I'm hardcore. You know what I mean? Like when I ate toxic foods, I sped up the process, man. I grayed myself out. I aged myself, bro. Really, I did. I went bald, blind, and gray at the age of 35. You know what I mean? So I aged myself fast, dude, and I was a victim of it. And I saw exactly how it was designed because I was on the toxic foods. But my thing was I didn't go to Big Pharma. I refused to go to the doctor. I said, nope, I know those fuckers are wrong to me. And I said, I'm gonna figure it out. And so I got hella sick. I had all these neurological issues. I have neuropathy. And I
I
got
think
sick,
I
bro.
I think that I have that a bit.
If you
Neuropathy.
got tingling and numbness in your body anywhere, it's probably a form of neuropathy.
Sometimes, but then you know what? Since I started changing stuff, it kind of like stopped.
It will.
I, I,
You probably were blasting your insulin and the spiking of our insulin, it kills the nerves. It kills our nerves.
yep.
And people have different symptoms to this diet. Some people gain more weight. Some people get neuropathy. Some people just get diabetes, and it's just their pancreas. You know what I mean? And so, but with me, I got really sick on the traditional American diet. And then so I went to a diet where there's less carbs, right? Because you figure out, well, there's less carbs on like keto. And then I went on keto and then I saw all the dirtiness and it got me there. And so I kept dwindling it down. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm at now. And it's like that I've got the best results and I still like if I eat too much fruit and stuff, I still can spike my insulin. And I'll feel my nerves when I'm spiking my insulin, they'll hurt more. And if I'm fasting and stuff, it'll hurt less. So like our body talks to us if we listen to it. See, look, a lot of people are saying they're talking about numb toes, get tingling and numbness in the back of your head. That could be a form. It could be a form. I don't know on that one. TikTok hip hop. That one's scary. But yeah, these foods, you guys, they go directly after our nervous systems, and just like your eyes are optical nerves. So these nerves are where we. That's why a lot of diabetics are blind and they have bad eyesight because they've damaged them nerves.
That makes sense.
And the only way to start fixing it is to do what? We got to start doing the opposite of how we made it happen. And that's fasting. You know what I mean? We got to fast more. We got to take more time off from this food spiking our insulin up all the time. And it's tough. You just
Fact.
started wearing so J work here, she's got numb toes and she said she just started wearing her reader glasses. So she's having somewhat of the same type symptoms that I was having. So Jay work, do you eat bread or juices or sugars, sugary fruits even? If you're consuming a bunch of refined carbs and sugars, fam, then I'm gonna guarantee you, we have to understand that 95% of this entire country or world, for that matter, is either diabetic or pre-diabetic, right? And 80% don't know. 80% of us don't know that we're pre-diabetics at least. It's sad to think of that, man. And it's like, well, why? Well, that's just natural selection. That's just our genes. Our genetics are poor. That's kind of weird because all the animals that are eating veggies and vegetation, not spiking their insulin, they're not diabetics. You go test a deer's blood sugar in the wild, eating real foods, he's going to be dead on. I promise you, he's not blasting his insulin on eating grass and stuff. We don't need to just eat grass, but the idea is we're doing the opposite. Our bodies need this much sugar, and this food that we eat is this much sugar. Any bread, anything like that, it sucks.
Bread. I'm still on the bread. It's like,
Everybody is, bro.
dude,
Don't
it's
be
like
don't
drug. But like, I'm quitting one thing at a time. Like, if I do if I try to do everything at once, I think I'm like setting myself up for failure. I was already
Yes.
pretty healthy, but wasn't paying attention to
Yes.
like the foods I thought were healthy
Hmm.
were not. I was trying to eat healthy, but I was actually not. Well, I already like
That's
over that.
exactly. That's where I come in because I'm like, guys, I've got to the bottom of this rabbit hole. I'm trying to tell you guys, I know how to do it. I've done it and practiced it myself. I've practiced it with other people. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and I was taking supplements, man. That's like yeah, I was doing all that shit, man.
Yeah. And really, all you need, bro, I hope you got some kind of seaweed and
No,
and huh?
no seaweed, but man, I used to live right by the beach. All that free seaweed.
The sea moss, I'm telling you, don't sleep on it, man. It's important
What about
because we need
freshwater moss? No.
spirulina.
Oh yeah, that is. I think that's like a that's a algae, right?
Hmm. Hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
They can grow it or they can get it wild. As far as I know, I don't know how they're growing it, bro. Like I gotta learn that more. But I actually had some spirulina today in my stir fry. But I'm gonna do more research on the spirulina. But from on the surface, it looks really good,
Yeah,
and
I used to
it's
take
the
that.
same idea as sea moss.
Okay, now what do you think about taking your water and you put it out in the sun before you drink it?
Hell
Have you
yeah!
ever heard of that?
If it's in glass, if
Yes,
it's
in a
in
glass like a jar in the sun.
don't leave it in a plastic water bottle, right? How do
Yeah.
you feel
Hell
about
no.
melting your plastic? Yeah,
Hell no.
in glass or copper or whatever. Like you got some nice copper. I vibe with that for sure, bro. For sure. As long, my like I said, I'm always gonna go to as primal as possible.
Right.
Like, what's as primal as we can get? You can't get more primal than going and getting water out of a natural spring, like coming out of the side of the mountain. You know what
That's
I
what I
mean? Just
have like
pouring.
right here, which is like pretty awesome.
You can't beat that. So if
I'm
you've got that
so
water
lucky,
and you
dude.
just charge it up in the sun,
Yes.
you can't beat that.
Because people talk about where like vibration, but people don't talk about where light too. Like our like DNA is like constantly firing out light, and that's called bio photons. And when you drink the water that's been out in the sun, apparently that can replenish the light in your being,
Yes.
if that
Yes.
makes sense.
Yes, yes, dude, 1,000%. That's so fucking crazy that you mentioned that because I posted a video a while back about how just one blade of grass, they showed these animals, all these animals be eating this grass. They say it's grass isn't nutritious. Bullshit, it ain't. Bullshit, it ain't. You tell me that all these herds of animals living on this stuff and thriving, they're jacked. You're telling me there's no nutrition in that grass? You're tripping. Is it good for us to eat? Not as much. But I'm just saying, and then that's why
Wheatgrass,
huh? No,
wheatgrass.
not wheatgrass. Wheatgrass is not good. It's fake.
But I'm saying we can like eat it. I don't consume it, so that's bad, huh?
Yes,
Wheatgrass.
wheatgrass is. Watch my video on wheat, bro. I just posted it not too long ago. I think on this
Oh, cool.
page.
All right.
And
Well,
Dr.
continue though
Sebi, yeah, yeah. So about the
with the method.
grass,
Yeah.
uh, um, Morgan Freeman in that video I posted, he explains how one blade of grass can contain up to 10 quadrillion photons of sun energy in that one
Yep.
blade of grass. And
See.
then he shows how these fools are just thriving on this grass, dude, and they're jacked and they're even kind of fat even. They like because their bodies naturally contain fat, you know. Not like us, we're more like salmon. We should be more like salmon. You look at the fat content on a salmon, there's just enough to cover the nerves and everything. We don't need all this crazy fat on us,
Exactly.
you
We
know.
need that for the our nerve sheathings
Yep.
and
Yep.
copper.
To sheathe our nerves. And if you're feeling any kind of nerve pain, your sheathing is gone off your nerves, and mine are.
Healthy
And,
fat though.
and
We need like healthy fats, not. bacon
Yes.
fat.
Yep. I eat tons of healthy fats. Um, I eat tons of healthy fats every day. I use walnut oil, grapeseed oil, a little avocado oil. Um, I get a lot of it from my oils, olive oil. Yeah, Jay, work real quick. Uh, yeah, that was it was one of the nature shows. I don't remember exactly which one, but it's on Netflix. And Morgan Freeman was he was narrating it. I had it on my old page that they banned, but it's I don't have it on these pages yet. But I like that part where he talks about the sun and because people say you can't live on plants, bullshit. I've been living on plants, bro, for months. You don't tell me that you can't and you thrive higher, you thrive harder. Why did
Hey,
I get
now,
banned? Misinformation. Because people
why do
say
some why do some like vegans look like emaciated, like they're starving, like they're like skin and bones?
there's a lot of people who don't do it right, and
Yeah,
a lot of people be getting malnourished, bro. If you're eating a
yeah.
bunch of fake, because you can be vegan and still eat a bunch of fake ass plants.
And then I see
Vegan,
very overweight ones as well. So it's like weird. It's like this vegan
well,
is like looks like they're starving, and this one's like 100 pounds, like like overweight.
it gets very, very complex in that realm because um there's people you got to look at their past, right? Have they been blasting their insulin their whole life and they're overweight
Yeah,
from
true.
that and they're really insulin sensitive and they still eating honey honey crisp apples? Dude, why are you still in here? Why are you in here if you're blue pilled out? I'm just gonna block you. Like he's butthurt because I muted him because you're running your mouth. Anyway,
Block those people, or they will
I know
report
they'll
you.
report.
It's like
Yeah,
not about censoring, but they will like snitch
yep.
so fast.
I almost restarted this whole live because there was so many people in there that were hating.
Yeah, dude. And if you get like one up on them and that burns them, dude, they're gonna smash that report button so fast it'll make your head spin.
Yeah,
They do,
exactly.
they do not like being wrong. They do not know how to handle it.
hmm They're gonna defend everything that you expose, and it's like I'm not here for you if you know what I mean? That's why I say just go take the blue pill and dip.
Why can't people just be like, I want the like the truth. I don't care if I'm right or if I'm wrong. I want the truth. It's not
Yeah,
like and people are like offended by the truth and they defend the lie. They put
yeah.
so much
It's tough.
energy into it.
I think a lot of
So
people
much
right
energy.
now, I think a lot of people right now are feeling a lot of pressure that have not woken up yet because
Yeah.
if you've been awake for the past just even the past few months and you're looking around, you're like, I'm like laughing and crying for people at the same time, like, because I see it all, bro. And I've been seeing it for over 15 years. I know you're conscious. I can tell, and there's things that we're not conscious to, and there's
Yep.
things that, but it's like, as far as being in tune, you know what I mean, with our spirituality or however you want to explain it, you're dead on there. You know what I mean?
I
And
just want
so
the truth, man. That's it.
it's like the takes one to know one kind of thing. You know what I mean? And if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. It's kind of like the whole chosen one thing. I would never go like saying, "Oh, I'm a chosen one" or whatever if I didn't have like a million things telling me it. You know what I mean? And it's like I can't. I tried denying it, denying it, denying it. I tried being the naysayer many times, and it's like I'm not denying it anymore, man. I really feel like we there's some people here that are here for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, Zuzu. So that kid, I muted his dumbass on his page, so I should have blocked him. And then he jumped on it. He went and jumped on a whole nother page and got onto my live again and just started
Oh
clowning.
my god.
Right? I'm just like, bro, you really got nothing better to do. I'm
You broke
sorry for you,
you you broke him.
right?
You broke that
Hey,
guy's brain.
yeah, maybe I plan. I just always. This one's funny. This is this is the ketchup that they put the red bug in. I love to pull that one up. Yeah, ignore him. I try to ignore them, but then they report me, and if a bunch of them reports me, then I get kicked off. I get banned off my lives and stuff all the time when I have something like that.
But yeah, man, that bread, man, I have to stop that bread.
Yeah, 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 bro. You really really do, and it's tough because man, I just encountered something today involving wheat that really it sucks. Um, I can't really drop a whole lot about it, but it's just a shitty situation. But I had to explain to my kid about what wheat really is. And it resembles a plant. It's very, you know how you say they were ahead of us? They were 10 steps ahead. They made it so elaborate and they made it so normalized to just to have this bread, eat a sandwich. Eating sandwiches are healthy, right? You know what I mean? And it's like we got to understand that this bread is the equivalent. It's actually higher than eating sugar. I didn't know that for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, if you eat a piece of bread, it's like eating more than sugar. If you look it up on the glycemic index, bread is higher than sugar on the glycemic index. Well, why is that? Why is it blasting our insulin so high if we're supposed to be eating these grains? Because it's fake. They made wheat. They made it in the 1700s, bro. Out of There was a hobby crop. And
Yeah.
I think if you watch my video, you won't vibe with it as much. But you can still make bread if you vibe with bread. You can just use a real grain. But if you're
That's
having nerve issues,
that's like exactly what
I'll
I
have to
like
tell
to
you.
do.
Yeah, I'll have to tell you if you're having nerve issues, I would not eat bread. And I know for a fact because I was so bad, my body hurt so bad that I was getting ready to go to the ER, dude, and I don't go to no ERs.
Wow.
I don't fuck you gotta kill me to have me go. And I almost went. I felt so horrible. And then I started researching, you know me, I'm crazy with the research. And so I started researching in depth and I started correlating it all to blood sugar. And I'm like, well, what's spiking my blood sugar? Well, this bread, bro. Bread is in everything. It's not just a bread, but that's a freaking huge contender. That's a huge ass contender because then you look it up on the glycemic index. Look it up if you're a diabetic, that you're not supposed to eat bread. It'll blast your insulin because it's fake. What's happening is it's this such an inflammatory reaction because it's like I explain it like this, bro. You know when you eat plastic and you don't really digest it, or you eat corn, for another better example, and you can poop out corn whole. Why? I've never done that with real food. If you take a bite, if you eat a grape you know, take a bite of an apple and you swallow it whole, your stomach acid's still going to burn that stuff down and turn it into food. Well, if we were to eat plastic, well, okay, that's no big deal. You'll just poop it out, right? After your stomach acids try to break it down and it releases a bunch of microplastics into your body. Well, that's fine, right? And it's obvious, and it devastates your digestive system. Imagine your stomach seeing something come in and not knowing what it is, and then trying to break it down, and it's not breaking down. Your stomach's still just trying its hardest. So it's causing a really inflammatory effect. And then imagine taking that plastic, instead of having it be an indigestible block, let's break it down into a powder. Let's turn that plastic into a powder now. And let's get hundreds of millions of people to eat it for years and years and years, bro. I'm not playing. When people see that this is the facts, this shit's gonna go crazy. I keep telling people just wait. Just wait till people see that this food that they've been feeding us, this pyramid scheme, we know you know well aware of what pyramids are, what they do to us, bro. And the food pyramid was a scam.
It's a farce, man. That thing is so freaking. And they still like teach that, right?
Yes, they do, brother. They do still teach it. And I prove right here how everything is made on this pyramid. I'll prove it. Jaywalk, you're eating bread. fam, be careful. If you say you're having some nerve stuff and you're just starting to wear glasses, it sounds like you're very close to where I was. There might be a very good thing I decided to go on here live tonight for you. That might be something that you want to check out. And again, what I had to do back in the day when I first realized that all these foods were attacking my body, I had to learn how to fast and I had to learn how to slowly get away from them. So I went on keto, and that helped me fast and it helped me get away from wheat. But keto also has a bunch of toxic foods that they be using tapioca starch, and they use all kinds of crazy potato starch and stuff like that. But it'll help you transition if you know, like, hey, this is my methadone. You know what I mean? Like these replacement foods is my methadone, and I can't wait to get off it and just start eating real foods. You know what I mean? And then fasting a lot. Like me, I intermittent fast. I always practice intermittent. I do OMAD every day. Do do I have a step by step fasting? It's very simple, man. Fasting for me, yeah, I talk about it in my. You guys should get my food list in my bio. I talk about fasting in there. It's very simple, man. Really, you just make a food window. I did. I like to. I always recommend fasting through the morning. Always fast through the morning if you can. It's very good for you. Um, and then uh, I usually wait till like if I can fast through the day, I will. But it's just tough because I've given up like everything, and my fruit and veggies is like my I love them, you know. And so I usually will eat like around from two, and if I on a good day from two to like six if I can, and then I'll stop, and between that I'll kind of spread out the food, and I'll usually have like I try to start with fiber. If the more fiber you can eat, if you've got nerve pain and stuff, the better because it doesn't cause a blood sugar as near of a blood sugar effect. It's literally like none. So like you could have just the biggest salad and it's barely gonna spike your insulin. If you like dressing them up, I dress mine up like really well, and I make them taste really freaking good. And I even put mushrooms in there. And if you saute a little mushroom, it tastes like chicken, kind of tastes like you're having a chicken salad. Like me, I'll saute chanterelles and I'll put them in my salad. And I swear, man, I feel like I'm eating chicken. But anyway, I'll start off with like that, or I'll start off with like a stir fry, and then eating that fiber before anything, it's gonna help mitigate anything you eat after that. So then I'll eat a little fruit because the fruit's sweeter than it should be, but I have a little bit like I eat organic pears. Lately, I've been mainly vibing with pears. I haven't really ate any apples or anything either. But I keep it real simple. I practice OMAD, and you got to supplement though your minerals, you guys. You got to make sure you're getting minerals, especially if you're going to start fasting. Invest in a good sea moss or seaweed, something. I use Dr. Truce. Everyone asks me. I use Dr. Truce seaweed or sea moss, but find you a quality sourced um, supplement for your iodine and your minerals, especially if you're going to be fasting. But you guys take a screenshot of this if you want for reference. This is just kind of the way I explain it. Wheat's man-made, the grapes are seedless, the bananas are seedless, the apples are mostly man-made, broccoli's a human invention. You know what I mean? Like this is dairy. Don't even get me started on dairy. I was a dairy fiend. Dairy is very inflammatory as well.
Dude, I eat cheese still every day.
Oh, hey, at least that one doesn't blast your insulin, but cheese is, brother, you're smart. You know the things that you know. If you knew about cheese, you'd be the things that you've given up from what you've known, like you've learned, you would be like, damn, bro, okay. Like, yeah, I see why you stopped eating cheese. Like, I'm
I
not.
mean, I know exactly how like bad that it is. It's like
Yeah, that's good.
like
That's good.
leaches all the calcium from like your bones and your teeth. It's full of whatever they put in like the cows. It's poison. I'm
RBST.
ingesting
Well,
poison.
this is how I explain it, and that's all I want. I don't want you to be like tripping or nothing. You know what I mean? I don't want you to feel bad about what you're eating. I
Hell
just
no.
want you to plant the seed and just be like, yes, I do know this is no good, and I'm gonna take my time with it and get rid of it, right? And that's what you said you were doing, is you were taking your steps, and that's all I want people to kind of do. You know what I mean? Like, because we're all tricked into eating this stuff, and it's like it took me a long time. It's like I'm a fiend with the food.
That's my problem is, I'll use a little bit of cannabis, man, and then all my like good intentions are like gone. Like I'm gonna eat a cheese sandwich, because I got the munchies. I bet if I stopped that, I'd have a lot more self control.
Yeah, this guy is literally. Is this the same cat?
Is he
Is
back?
his name is I've got nothing better to do. I can't make this up, bro.
He is reaching out for help. He wants help. He
I think
wants us
so.
to help
Hey,
him. He's
yeah,
screaming
hey,
for help. It's okay,
yeah.
man. We love you.
There you go. That's what we do here, bro. You're dialed. Exactly.
Just,
That's what we do.
just
You remember
lurking, man.
that one guy that we converted in the live? He was tripping. You might not. I wonder if you were there that time.
Nah.
But yeah, he was all tripping on us, and I was like, bro, bring your demons in here. We'll slay them all for you. You know what I mean? I was like, that's what we do. We slay your demons. And he's like, oh. And then he was like, man, I was kind of tripping. And he's like, now he like totally flipped his script. He was like, you guys are cool. And he like started kicking it and interacting with us. It was crazy. Like we straight converted an NPC, I think, that day, bro.
It happens. It's
It was
rare,
cool.
but it
Yeah.
does.
That's what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean? It's like I can talk to people like you all day, and I have no problem with that. I love it. I have to, because if I don't, I'll lose my mind. You know what I mean? If I don't get on here and talk to you guys, the people who actually know what the fuck's going on, I'll lose my mind because everybody around me is sleeping. Even the closest people, you know what I mean? They're straight sleeping. Real quick, Hazy, I want to just say, healthy foods, it's tough. It's tough, but I made a list for you guys off of what I learned from Dr. Sebi, and I added my own spin on it from when I learned because there's Dr. Sebi was very correct in what he taught of as far as the food being man-made inventions. I've researched it. They are all man-made inventions. No question in my mind. I mean, if you have a question, look in your skies. Do you think that they're gonna mess with us? You don't think they would mess with the food? You think they're only getting this from the skies? You know what I mean? Or the showers? It's like we can admit some things, but then it's like when it comes to the food, a lot of people's like, no. And it's like you wouldn't think that would be the number one bioweapon. It's the food. I'll admit all this other stuff is bad, but the number one bioweapon is overeating a bunch of this shit. That's the number one enemy. You know what I mean? Unless you got those weird metal worms in you that are flying around, and I don't know. You know what I mean? But I mean, essentially, man, the diet got me. I've had a lot of toxins exposed to a lot of bad stuff. You tried the link doesn't work. Uh, let me see if it'll let me comment my Dropbox link, and you can try to copy it. I don't know if you guys can copy off here, but I saved my Dropbox link on my clipboard.
Yo, look at this on the Walmart wheat bread. It says contains a bioengineered food ingredient. What the hell's
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
Bioengineered food ingredient.
Which one, right? Which
Dude,
one is it?
look at this. This is the Walmart wheat bread, but they
Oh
don't. Yeah,
God, you got the Walmart wheat bread, brother.
I know, dude. I'm about to like punt kick this out in the fucking field, dude. Seriously.
Punished, punished. Put it this way. That's like if I were to flip my camera and be like, bro, check out this 5G tower up next to my house. And you would be like, oh brother, don't live there. You know what I mean? Because it's like that. It really is. I hate that it is. I do, you know.
I think today is like the turning point where I'd say no more bread.
I don't want to take your bread from you, brother.
No,
But
you're
I
not,
really,
dude. You are doing me a favor. Man. Holy shit! Like I can see that, like you feel bad, like sometimes, like, well, I hate to tell you this, but like like I could tell it kind of hurts you. Like I hate to like do this to you,
yeah,
but it's cool, yeah, because like with the eggs, like I get fresh like hen laid eggs and they eat like all the bugs and stuff. So like, and I'm not that big on eggs, but when I mentioned eggs and you were like, "Oh man, I'm sorry to tell you this about the eggs," and I was like, don't even worry about that shit, man. I like finding out that stuff.
that's good. It's because you have
But some
strength. You
people
gotta
do
you gotta
get
be
like
strong.
defensive. Some people get defensive as hell. I mean, I'm sure.
It's a weakness. It's a weakness, and I've been there before too. But if you can handle this stuff and digest it and get past it, you have a lot of strength. It takes a lot of strength for that because for one, this Matrix sucks ass. You know what I
Yep.
mean? This place sucks ass, and it's like the little things we do get, it's like it barely makes it manageable. But then it's like you're telling me that I can't have none of this shit. What am I
Yep.
supposed to fucking do? Just stare at the wall?
You know
I
what?
can't
People
watch
had said
TV,
that to me. They were like, "This is like my only like joy," and like you're trying to get me to like stop it. That has been like literally like said to me, and I have like
you
no
know.
answer.
Yep.
Oh, I guess eat the fucking donut then.
Exactly. That's the problem. That's where it all changes right there because it's like you can defend the stuff until you consume it and then it's getting you. You know what I mean? Once it's getting you, it changes everything because it's like, oh, ignorance is bliss and oh, we're all gonna die and Western medicine has
I'm
us living
shit.
longer,
Say, oh well, we're all gonna die like anyway. Yeah, but how about like your quality of life? Do you want to die in pain and sick, or just
right?
actually
Right?
live to have like a happy like old age instead of like miserable?
Yep. Thank you. That's exactly. We should die gracefully. Look at nature. Nature passes gracefully, dude. Nothing in nature is these old decrepit with the heart monitors
Getting
and the
surgery after
wheelchairs.
surgery and pill after pill. Oh my
Yeah.
god, dude, that is not
Yep.
how God wanted us to go out.
Yep. Exactly. And it's like I tell people, like I had one person comment and they said, "I'm here for a good time, not a long time." And I said, "Well, I said I'm here for both.
Candle
So
that
have
brings
fun,
fun.
have fun,
Have,
have fun with
have
the
fun.
short term.
Say that again.
I was saying it's the concept is it's like have fun with the short term because I'm
Yeah,
here to live and thrive. And it's like the more you give up these things that you don't really need, like going to the Matrix job to get all the Matrix money, to chase the Matrix money, to chase the new TV, to chase the neighbor's new truck, and you want a newer truck, and then you realize, dude, that buying a truck is such a Matrix and it'll bury you and then just buying really anything nowadays on any kind of finance is burying you. And you can't buy anything cash because you're already buried with all the finance. And it's just like, oh my God, you know? And it's
people
like,
can't even think about it, dude. Everyone's so damn busy, dude. You can't even stop and think like, is this bad for me? Like they don't even have the like energy. It
yes,
sucks, dude.
yes, it's the
It's a bummer.
distraction and the programming.
Yep.
It's those combined that's totally manipulating 95% of this entire planet, bro.
But then
Literally.
like it's funny. It's like, oh, I don't have time to figure out all this stuff, and then they'll sit and watch like football for like
Yeah,
9.
exactly.
Like, like, dude, like you got time to watch 9 hours of like football. Like,
Yes.
stop with this. Like, I don't have time. Shit, you just don't. You have time. You just don't want to put the time into that.
Yep. Yep. And I was that guy too, bro. I was the guy that was playing master distraction. You know what I mean? I was always distracted. I was a master at it. I never had a dull moment. You know what I mean? I never had a moment to where, I wasn't distracted with something. And mainly that would be like at work because I hated my job so much. So I would be like on my phone, just distracted, distracted. I just wanted to escape the world. You know what I mean? Because I knew this place wasn't for me. So I actually have disease to thank. Because if I never got a disease or anything, then I never would have woke up. I never would have got as conscious as I am. And the only reason I got the luxury of getting conscious from it was because I made the decision where I was like, fuck this. I'm not gonna be a victim to this. You know what I mean? And it was weird because as I was going through my life, I gauged my health on my weight. I was always like, well, I'm not as fat as that guy, so I must not be that bad off. And so I kept eating toxic foods and I didn't really correlate any of it. And I was losing all my teeth, you know what I mean? And then I got sick. And then I was like, what the fuck, man? This stuff, I wasn't even that fat, but this stuff was getting me in other ways, like we were explaining, like the neuropathy and stuff. And then I woke up to it and I'm like, dude. And then I started researching the correlations to my symptoms. And it all went back to a high blood sugar. It all went back to the corn, the wheat, the sugar. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh my God, dude, it really did fucking catch me. Like, when you're like smoking cigarettes and you're like, oh, that lung cancer is knocking at your door. You know what I mean? But this food, I didn't think for a second that it was getting me like that. And so I accelerated. But then it was like I'm Jurassic too, so I learned that shit. So I'm not, I pulled the dagger out. That's if I find out the truth, I'm like you, where I'm like, nah, fuck that. I want to know the truth, and I'm gonna change. I'm gonna change because of it, because I don't want to be a victim no more. And so I pulled the dagger out, bro. I pulled every single refined carbon sugar out of my diet all at once, immediately,
Wow.
immediately. And it was tough at first. I was still spiking my insulin, but it was a lot less. Even eating any food, if you're overeating and stuff, you're spiking your insulin up. Um, but it was a lot less because I wasn't using high carb foods to overeat. I was now overeating lower carb foods. And so my body changed drastically. That's why I put this picture up, because I say this is me when I was on toxic foods. Dude, that picture that I put up, that when I changed my body, when I say I changed in like 3.5 weeks, bro, I changed my entire composition, and I never even been to a gym because I was so drastic that I cut that out. My body was able to perform and get into my true form. And that's where I was just like, dude, I fucking figured this out. And I did the same thing with anxiety and depression. And I just wanted to scream at the top of my lungs and tell everybody because I saw all the suffering around me. And I was like, dude, all these little kids are offing themselves and stuff, like at 11, 10, 9, 8 years old. And all this, they don't understand how the mind works. Nobody teaches us, you know? And so I figured out the anxiety and depression, and I was like, dude, people need to know about this. And I figured that out, and then I figured out the diet, and I was just like, oh my God, this is fucking crazy. This is real. And it's like everybody, and then I look around, I'm like, everybody's fucking doing this stuff. Everyone's eating this stuff, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God. It's just heavy. It's just heavy, bro. What's the best way to gain weight on vegan? What do you need to gain weight for though? I'm curious because like me, I don't I'm like not gigantic, but I'm not worried about like gaining per se. Like I think the whole gain thing is like kind of a scam in my opinion. But if you're tripping on the weight, like let's say you are malnourished, because you can be malnourished and you can be underweight from your diet and your malnourishment. Um, a really good example of something of an extreme example of malnourishment in a or a being. It wasn't a human, but it's the same concept. So my neighbor, they had this cat, and my kid had to feed the cat while they were gone, right? And this cat, the guy fed him a bowl of cat food, and he gave him a can of more cat of the meat food, which they got wheat and that stuff too. But anyway, this cat, it doesn't move, man. It doesn't really do nothing. It's an indoor cat. But this cat poops more than me. This cat would fill a litter box in 2 days. Why? Why is it pooping so much? Because it's not absorbing any of it in this, and it was all skinny and sickly looking. The cat was all skinny and sickly. So if you're skinny and malnourished, it can very well be just because you're on the wrong food. Because I eat very low carb now. I mean, my fruits kind of, but not enough to make me fat. And so the only way that I would gain weight is I'd have to overeat like crazy. And it's like I'm just not going to do that. And I'm not losing weight though. You know what I mean? Like I've been at the same weight and I'm happy with where I'm at. Which rice is the best? The only real rice, fam, is wild rice. All the other ones are very bad and they spike your insulin just as high as sugar. Wheat, corn, oats, soy, um, are all going to be either the same glycemic effect as sugar or higher. J work, um, you're taking depression meds. J work, um, I took some for a while too. I didn't vibe with them at all. Don't feel bad. I'm gonna tell you right now, fam. I can't tell you though because we're just on TikTok. But do, I, I would say let's look at what could be a root cause of that and see if that thing could maybe be having like somewhat of a placebo effect on you because it's the placebo effect that they attack us with these medications. It's the placebo effect that because guess what's really healing? Guess what's really doing all the healing? Your body. Our bodies are healing. That's why they can give us these petroleum-based medications and we can still somehow miraculously heal. Why? You think that petroleum-based synthetic chemical pill that they engineered is healing you? It's usually not. It's usually your body overcompensating and having to heal, and it's like eventually it breaks down, and that's when the pills stop working. When the body no is now overcompensated and no longer able to heal, which is so hard to do. In nature, we would never even get close unless we physically hurt ourselves. We would never even get close to overcompensating our human body's ability to heal without a doubt.
So, Prozac has fluoxetine, which is a fancy word for fluoride. So when you're taking those, like Prozac, you're pretty much just frying your brain with fluoride 24/7, and you don't feel sad because you don't feel anything.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. Oh God, man, it sucks. It sucks so bad because it's like I really know how this is all working. Um, Bold Justice, I appreciate that you can understand it, and I hope that you guys can try to relay the message. The things that I discuss, I try to keep it real plain because I get kind of elaborate in my videos and stuff like that. But when it comes to our general health, man, it's very simple. It's actually very simple. They overcomplicate the living shit out of it. They make us think that we need to be in these restaurants, we need to be in this Walmart with our full shopping carts. Dude, I haven't filled a shopping cart up in so long, and it's so crazy is I must be doing a lot less inflammation and I'm pooping a lot less. But you'll notice like if you are overeating, you're just pooping a lot more, and a lot of people when you got gluten and wheat in your body, when you eat is when you poop. Like not long after you ever eat some food and then you go poop. That's not normal because that means you're so backed up that the food that you're pushing into your body, it's going through. It's like a big old sludge tube. You know what I mean? It's like a clogged tube, and you have to push it from the top, and you push it from the top, and then it comes out the bottom, and because that's gluten. They use gluten as glue, and same with the starch. Is gluten starch is the same as gluten, and it's not the same thing, but it's the same as far uh as how bad it is for us, man. So punished. If you're ditching that bread, bro, get you if you really need the bread, get you either some alkaline grain and make a loaf if you can. You can use like the teff flour. I think that one's closest to wheat or the amaranth. And you can get that like in a Bob's bread mill. They make an organic amaranth, and if you can't find it around you, you can get it online. And maybe try making, or you can. I make a really good bread out of chickpea flour. But you'll notice after you ditch the bread, bro, it's just like the coffee. It's just
Yeah.
like the coffee. It's probably more prominent. I would say yes. It's way more prominent than the coffee.
I'm like looking at like the bread like right now and I'm like just like disgusted with myself.
It's okay. It's all right. You know
Like
what?
I'm like, damn man, I've been like, oh
That's how strong the programming is, bro. And you know what? You know what sucks for me is I don't know if you know my story, but I woke up 15 years ago, right? I saw the esoteric agenda. Wendy knows my story. And Wendy don't eat bread no more, punished. You know what I'm saying? She gave up bread. But I watched the esoteric agenda and it woke my ass up. I was like 20 something years old, you know? And I watched that documentary and I woke up to everything and I saw everything, dude. I was wide awake back in 20 whatever the hell it was. I don't know. 20 it was the early 2000s. And I was wide awake looking around, dude. I knew Monsanto. I knew what it was. I knew what CERN was. I knew what HARP was. I knew what Disney was doing, the Masonics. I knew what the elites. I just knew it deep. Like once I watched that, it was like, dude, these are the enemy. Like this is my enemy. I know it. Like I just knew better. I just knew it. And then I looked around, man, and of course, you know, I started trying to tell people about it. Like, bro, like they're really getting us. And back then, dude, no way in hell you would ever if you ever came across a truther, it was like a diamond in the rough,
yep.
and you saw another truther. You know what I mean? And but anyway, bro, I just fell back into the matrix because I was all alone. I mean, I'm not blaming that, but I I knew better and I went back into it, bro. I started eating the corn products and everything, and I looked around and was like, hey, I guess this ain't really as bad as they kind of as it seemed to me. And so I started consuming it all, and I went bore on it. You know what I mean? I went full send. And when I say full send, I'm telling you, I was eating like a pizza for lunch, like most of a pizza, and then I would have a Slurpee, and then I'd have two bags of gummy worms. Like that was my drug. Like I didn't do drugs
Pizza, I'm
throughout.
still eating pizza.
What's
I'm,
that?
I'm still eating pizza. But
Dude,
that just, goes, with like the bread. I have to stop all that shit. Dough,
just
bread.
take your time with it, but just think about how every time I'm gonna promise you something. Every time you give up something that's not serving you, you will be rewarded.
Yep.
I will promise you that. And I'll promise you that stuff's not serving you, just like the coffee wasn't, bro. And I'll tell you, if you're conscious and you're tapped in, you'll see it right away when you give it up, dude. God will reward you. I know because I've given up everything. All I do is I use a little bit of low percentage MJ and I eat Whole Foods. That's all I do anymore and try to save souls. So it's like I've got so addicted to giving up stuff that's not serving me that I've given up everything, man. Like literally, like I don't partake in I fast from everything. I don't partake in watching TV. I'm never running to Walmart, you know, for the next greatest thing. Like I've literally cut it all. But I love my life, bro. Like I play with my kids, you know what I mean? Like the minute we all give up this stuff, the minute you'll step outside if you can and you'll be like, bro, like I want to experience the world, not like just be on the TV. You said you found archaeological evidence that they didn't have toilets. I could probably guarantee that. And people used to poop a lot better. What's the deal with coffee? See, it's tough. It's tough. You know what I mean? Coffee has over 20 carcinogens. So that's cancer causing toxins. Coffee is always full of acrylamides, acrylamide, which is you know a carcinogen that happens when they roast it. And then there's the high risk of what's called aflatoxins, and that they got their own website. You know what I mean? And they're on cancer's website. And aflatoxins is this mold that you can't see, you can't smell, you can't taste. And it's not really that scary because you're like, well, people be living, they're drinking this stuff. Again, we got to pay attention to the devil in the details. We got to pay attention to the fact that it's a death of a thousand cuts, and we also need to acknowledge the fact that it's an accumulation thing. It's I call it a cancer cocktail. If you're not getting it from the coffee, well, you just pounded 21 carcinogens of coffee, right? And then now you're on the bread, and the bread's man-made. It's sprayed all day with glyphosate, right? Let me say it again: bread is man-made. That means that it's not organic. That means that this stuff might as well be sawdust to us, and sawdust might even be better because it's at least it wasn't man-made. At least a tree made it. But as far as our body's concerned, it doesn't digest it correctly. We get it to digest it because we turn it into a powder, but wheat was a hobby crop in the 1700s, and they decided to grow it and feed it to us. And it was created. It's a 1000% created plant. And even if it wasn't, let's say wheat was just totally God's plant, right? Which is not our wheat that we consume. There's types of wheat that are God's wheat, but not this one. And let's say that, oh, wheat, God made it. All right, cool. God made it. Well, guess what they're doing with it? You know what I mean? Punished. They're
Yeah.
spraying it. They got the hazmat suits, or they got the planes. That is one of the most highly sprayed crop. I guarantee you're going to have the most bug spray in that wheat, right? And then if it's not that, man, it goes on and on because well, what is wheat? What does wheat do? Well, it jacks your blood sugars. Why? Because it's fake and your body's trying to mitigate the inflammation, and it causes an effect, and then you gain a weight, you know? Why, when they want to fatten up the cow, what do they give it? They give it corn and wheat, so it gets fat and they get more money. That's what they give us, and then we eat that animal too. And yeah, we don't get fat per se in that sense, but it's just a very low vibe. It's a very low thing to eat, man. Animals that are eating these grains, if the grains are GMO and they're eating the grains, guess what they become? They become a GMO. Okay, well, good for them, right? Fuck them, right? Well, you go eat them. What do you become? You are what you eat. When they say that, that was true. This was a lie. But you are. They say you are what you eat. So eat this. Yeah, that was the sneaky part because literally your hair, your skin, your nails, your nerves, your cells, your everything. It becomes this food becomes our stuff in our bodies. And it's amazing how we can even generate anything off of this diet we're on because it's so far away from nature that it's like we should all just be totally mutants. But I mean, depending on your opinion, looking around, I think of people as people be kind of mutants. People kind of are mutants if you think about
Dude,
it. If you're 6 times your size, I've been there where I was overweight. You know what I mean? But that's a genetic mutation. You are mutating your body.
dude, I'm not trying to be shallow, but when I go to the supermarket and I walk around, people look very unhealthy to the point where they look
Yes.
like they're losing some of their humanity.
Yes. No,
Like,
it's okay to say that because
I'm not trying
we
to judge people on how they look. I'm just
yes.
this is different though,
Yeah.
and I
Yes,
almost
man.
feel out of place looking
Oh,
as healthy as I do. I almost feel like I don't fit in,
trust me.
and I know how weird that must sound.
Yep. Yep, especially for me too, because like in the summertime, like I get real hot, so I just wear like tank tops and stuff. And it's
Yeah,
like, I have an all right, little build. I'm kind of not really that built when I'm just chilling, but I feel like I'm on blast. Like I feel like just so outcasted and from these other people. And the thing is, any other person would probably sit there and be like, man, I'm so much better. Like, oh, look at me. But me, I look around and I'm like, man, I just want everyone else to look like that.
yeah, like they could change because, and then I look in there like shopping carts because that's just what I do. I look in everybody's shopping cart and I'm like
Yep,
just like astounded at the shit that's in there.
exactly. And how it's usually overflowing. I
Overflowing
always
with
say,
soda. They got the soda hanging off the side
yeah.
because it can't fit in with all the other frozen shit that they're gonna heat up in the microwave.
Oh, yes.
Bags and bags of microwave shit and soda. I'm like, damn, dude, like this is. I don't even know
Yeah.
how to explain it. It's like they're under attack,
Matrix.
man. It's like,
I call
yeah,
it I call it the food matrix and the Walmart matrix. I tell
they're
people,
under attack through
yeah,
like violence
yes,
via food. It's so weird. It's like a soft kill. Like they're being murdered,
yes,
but it's not with a gun to the head. It's gonna take a little while. It's a soft kill, but it's the same. I mean,
yes,
killing
yes,
somebody is killing somebody. It don't matter how you do it or how fast you do it. It's still murder. It's a yeah.
yes,
It's a tragedy. What's going on with the human race? We don't even look human. People, you listen. People are supposed to look like beautiful and stuff, and like
yes,
glow and have an inner like attraction and be
yes,
like vibrant, but not looking like you're about to drop dead with a car full of soda and your skin looks terrible and there's no light in your eyes
yes.
and you can't even fucking look up because you're just so fucking miserable. You just don't even man.
You're at your phone distracted like God, I'm so unhealthy and I'm just gonna keep being it because and then it's just scary because they'll people will look around and they'll see somebody else overweight so it normalizes it and it's like the more people that are like that the more normalized it gets and then you got a snowball effect where it's like everyone's cool because it's like everyone's overweight
Overweight.
and it,
Well, that's like one thing. I've just been seeing people just look like wraiths, like Lord of the Rings, like ring wraiths out there. It's
yes
not even
it's
like
crazy
overweight. It's like absolutely. It's like their health, like is like a 0 out of like 0.
yeah or negative even you know what I mean like me
Yeah,
I was in the deficit
yeah.
you know what I mean
And listen, this high fructose corn syrup, when you have that in you and you go out in the sun, your body's not going to make any vitamins from that sun. It pretty much shuts you off from the benefits of the sun. That's what that
yes
high fructose corn syrup does, and everybody's full of it.
yep. And it's not just that. I think it's more of that coupled with you know your bread and which just happens they put that in the bread too, which is
Yeah,
crazy,
yeah.
crazy,
At least I get the
dude.
bread that doesn't have that, but I'm just gonna stop bread like altogether. But it is in
If you
most
can
bread.
if you can give it up, I'm gonna promise you the benefits. Ask Wendy. She gave up wheat. She's thriving off it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it, man. You're not gonna miss it. I don't miss bread, bro. I mean, it's weird even saying it now. It's like I don't know if you've ever smoked or anything. Like I used to smoke cigarettes, and it's like when you get off them, you're just like, dude, I did not need those, and they really weren't serving me. I thought it was serving me. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, this shit's just making it worse. And it's like now I feel it's just the opposite because it's like they tell us that these foods are bad for us, and then they're all around us, and we're eating them all, right? You're not supposed to eat carbs, you know, like high refined carbs. For the most part, we kind of knew that in a way, and but then we don't really correlate it. Like bread, this is everywhere. Like it's so normal. It's on the shelf in the plastic. You know what I mean? And um, it's like this is the number one attacker. And if, of course, look at where it's at on the fucking food pyramid that we were told that we needed. You know what I mean? Which these two should be real and they should be dropped down. You know what I mean?
So
If you
like
just eat
the
real
bottom
ones.
is what they want you to have like the most of, right?
hmm hmm
And that's bread. Yeah, look at
They're
that shit,
saying bread is healthier than fruits and vegetables,
dude. That's like a
even if
stack
we're
of bread
not
they're giving
talking
you.
fake.
It's like
Uh,
bread, 3 different kinds of bread.
Yeah, pasta, bread. They want you to get all the
That's
carbs.
all
This is
carbs.
all, yes, this is all refined carbohydrates that blast your insulin levels. They should have put oats in there too. Oats is another one that's highly glycemic. People drinking oat milk. Oh my gosh, you guys, that stuff's if honestly, if we just all kept like a constant glucose monitor on us while we ate some of these foods, you would quit it fast. You would see your blood sugar shoot way up, and then you'd have to, and then your body you would have all these symptoms too while your body's trying to mitigate it, while your body's trying to get your blood sugars down because it's huge inflammation. And I used to get like brain fog really bad after I would eat. I used to get dizziness. I used to get lethargic. Um, I used to have some crazy like just stuff that you don't really even pay attention or correlate it to, you know? And it's like, gosh, man, it's you don't notice it until you cut it out and you're like, bro, like I was fucking you know, I was doing these huge blood sugar crashes and it was throwing me off big time. What this one asks this one asks what increases your insulin? Well, sugars, fam, with the lack of fiber. And then if you're eating foods that are created, it's going to cause a very illicit blood sugar effect. And then if you can go further with it, if you vibe with Dr. Sebi, he explained how this all causes acid in our bodies too. And he explained how all this stuff that's man-made creates acid in our bodies. And that can also be correlated to raising your blood sugar, and it also creates all these disease. And so of course they feed us, they've made all the ones that create acid. They made all these plants that create acid in us. And guess what? Guess what the foods that Earth made? Guess what they are? They're
But
alkaline. They're alkaline. And foods that are even found in nature, even if they are a little bit like honey, if you go find real honey, not the stuff we're told is honey. If you find real African Moroccan honey, it doesn't spike your blood sugar near as close as what honey does. And then you learn that honey is acidic, bro. And these bees are made. They made these fuckers. So we learn, dude, I gotta do my honey video, but I've been just tripping on the meat stuff lately because it's crazy the stuff I'm learning about meat lately. But yeah, the honey is acidic. It's the same glycemic effect as sugar. It's the exact same. So if you're trying to like lower your blood sugars and stuff, like diabetics, if you've got somebody who knows what they're talking about, they're going to tell you not to consume honey as a diabetic. Yeah, the real time blood glucose monitor. Yes, it would be amazing if everyone ran one of those. It would scare the shit out of you, I'll tell you, because you'll see your blood sugars go up past two something. And if like let's say if you ate some Chinese food and you've been eating refined carbs and sugars for the past 20 years, you're going to be insulin sensitive. So, a kid maybe that's not as sensitive, they probably won't spike their insulin as high, but I'll tell you right now that you'll watch yours go through the roof. And then if you switch to low carb where you're eating, like a half cup of blueberries and and you have like a salad, bro, check your blood sugars on that. It's not going to be even close. And then you go research what spiking our insulin does for over years, 20, 30 years, what it does to your body. It freaking devastates it. It devastates our bodies, and it's devastating our blood sugars, and it's a direct attack on our body. I appreciate the shares and the likes, guys. That helps my page. I haven't been on this one in a while because I've been on trying to grow my new main page. That was my old backup. So if you guys haven't added me, if you guys like my lives, I always tell you guys you can jump on my link tree or you can add my backup page on from here because I'll be going on there more. I was actually going to go on here for just a short while and then I was going to jump on there, but I'm going to probably just leave it at this now. But next time I go live, I'm going to be on the other page, guys. If you haven't followed me on my main, I got like 8,000 now followers on there, I think. In my old main page, I had 32, and they banned me once I got up to 32,000. Finally, they banned me. But
speaking of seaweed, like you notice when you go for a swim or if anybody surfs or goes swimming and you're in the water with all that seaweed and everything all churning up and you like get out of there and you feel like amazing. Like you feel
hmm
so like revitalized and like remineralized. Like you're
yes,
soaking all
sir.
that in.
Yes. Yep. There's actual science to it, and there's actual legitimacy to it. Thank you for the gift, by the way. Thank you, Wendy, for the kind words. I appreciate you. You're on fire, Wendy. Um, but there's a ton of science to it, man. So like I've researched in depth like how the body absorbs how our skin is directly a sponge, bro, and every single pore is a type of sponge. And so look at the bioweapon side of this, dude. It gets deep. You know, people are tripping on like the other crazy bioweapon stuff like that they be dropping on us and stuff. I get that stuff. Like I get it, but we've been having them directly hitting us for a long time now, right? And so anyway, anything that touches or goes into your skin, you consume it. You're consuming it. You're eating it. So like when we put this like toxic sunblock on our skin and we burn it into our skin, like we're eating these chemicals. And if you jump in the shower and you live somewhere where it's highly fluoridated or highly chlorinated, just letting this water touch you, you immediately start absorbing these chemicals. And that's a direct attack. They knew how, and they purposely didn't tell us how absorbent our bodies are. And even your fingers, man. If you touch, I don't want to get too crazy, but this is a fact. If you guys touch a receipt paper, they put this weird like layer of BPA on it. Like you ever
Yeah.
notice receipt paper has this like kind of slipperiness to it?
Yep.
Our fingers are like little sponges, bro. And they suck that BPA right up. Isn't that fucking bioweaponed up?
And there's
Isn't that?
people whose jobs they are touching those
Yes,
all day,
exactly.
like every like 10 seconds, like receipt, and they're just full of that stuff. Man, like if you got to take your receipt, just have them put it right into the bag, or if you're
Yep.
at the self like checkout, pick it up with the bag and throw it in the bag. Yeah,
Yes.
I do not
Yes.
touch
Or
that
or
shit.
just yep. Or just say no, I don't need it. I'll see it on my bank.
You could look at
Yep.
that and see it's like toxic.
And they use the BPA plastic, dude. The BPA is like the toxic one that got banned because they started killing people fast, so they had to ban it out.
BPA is banned? Nah.
Well, it's supposed to be, but it's just a scam because it's all plastic in essence. There's just some that kill you quicker.
I didn't know that.
Um,
I have to look into that because, if you want something that's free of that, you have to search it specifically, like BPA free water bottle, blah blah. And you know what? Speaking of like, the coffee, all the coffee makers, people running that right through. It's
mhm.
like, and it's like plastic, so you're drinking coffee laced with tons of BPA,
Yes.
phenol,
Yes, I've researched it. Yep, I've researched it in depth
the
and
BPA
in
coffee.
plastic. Yeah, yeah, they try to make us think that like they got this plastic that doesn't leach, bro, that you can microwave and like heat up and shit. No,
Oh,
motherfuckers. You know what I mean? That stuff is still leaching. We just don't see it. And once plastic hits 75 degrees, it starts leaching.
yep,
So anytime you're in an environment, even a plastic water bottle, if you're going over 75, like if you got a plastic water bottle like rolling around on your floorboard and your heater's going on it and it's
yep.
like heating it up, dude, that's like a little bioweapon that we don't even know is happening. But I don't want to I want to go off the skin a little more because when we are talking about why you're vibing so high at the beach, you know why? Because we're designed to consume this through our skin, bro. So they took something so beautiful that we are able to do. We're able to get you were talking about energy, light energy and shit. We can get our energy from more than just food. Because why are we eating this food, man? Well, we mainly eat it because it fucking gets us high. We mainly are eating because of the thrill it gives our brain. Like kind of when you do a drug or smoke a cigarette, you're doing it for your brain. Your body doesn't need a cigarette. Your brain wants one because it's a dopamine. And that's how this food is. It's a dopamine release. We're not really eating because we need the energy from it, especially if it has no energy to it. And so we can consume the sun, the earth, the ground, and we can consume these minerals and shit that's found in nature. So the creator designed us to be able to just walk along the beach, like where the creator probably put us, and just literally just soak up your 100 two minerals and your iodine and everything you need through
Yep.
your skin, bro. And you can suck it and your sodium and everything. You can do just taking a quick walk on the beach, boom, you're loaded up for the day on your minerals. And that's a total lie against us that we can do that. So what do they do?
Yeah.
What
When
do
you
they do? They have us under the shower sucking up the opposite, bro. We're sucking up the opposite of it. Anytime we touch chemicals, anytime we're subjected to them, we breathe them, we're consuming them.
yeah, I used to put all kinds of
It's in
lotion on
smaller amounts. It's in smaller amounts, but so this is how the skin works. So in the shower, you're not drinking up the water in the shower. And I hate to do the shower, guys. I don't want to take no one showers or nothing, but we just want to be conscious of how this our bodies work. So when we're in the shower, man, you're not drinking the water, but you can drink the chemicals out of the water. I've got a video on my old page where the homie he tests the water for chlorine. He dips his hand in there, less than 10 seconds, pulls it out. 10 seconds later, test the water for chlorine. Where'd it go? Gone. The guy
I think
sucked
that
all the chlorine up.
that was crazy, man. I was just gonna say that. I was gonna ask, have you seen that? And
Yep.
the skin drinks that whole all that chlorine right up. It's
So
crazy.
we can absorb good or bad chemicals, you guys. We can and we eat it. That's eating it. If it goes in your body, it becomes your body. It becomes you. You consume it. It is crazy.
And like this and like the steam too. So like you're vaporizing all the fluoride and stuff. You're like vaping fluoride when you take that hot steamy shower. It's crazy.
Yep. I did a video on it, bro. I did a video
Oh
on that.
yeah. Oh cool.
I'm gonna post it again. Keep an eye out for it. I'm gonna post it again. And I post the pages where it tells us plain as day that we just breathing chlorine in our shower. If you're in there and it's hot and cut off and everything, it's not they tell you it's very toxic to breathe.
Now there's a chlorine that is good for you that's made by the waves like churning with the salt that makes chlorine dioxide, which is healthy to soak in through your skin. That's in the ocean. That would not be
Exactly.
shower kind. So yeah, it's so weird. There's bad kinds and good kinds of stuff. Like there's good fluoride and bad fluoride. Good chlorine and bad.
Yes, that's such a great point, man, and I can elaborate on that point. And it's very, very important, dude. I really wish that like a million people were in this live right now because what these MFs do is they can chemically match organic chemicals, right? So you're talking about these natural found they call them chemicals. They're not really like chemicals like we're thinking chemical, right? But they can molecularly match this with something synthetic. And they tell you that because it chemically matches, that it's not a difference. Dude, you
They're
know
usually
that
slightly different.
what's that?
They're usually slightly different.
No, no, they're way different, bro. We're
Molecular,
talking okay, check. Well, yeah, right. But they match it
but
so
they don't
close or
tell
whatever.
you. But they're not telling you that.
Well, this is how insanely elaborate these guys are. Dude, they're geniuses. Like, I'm not gonna lie. They're genius. This is how good they are. They can grow citric acid on GMO corn syrup with black mold and make it match the same chemical um, composition as citric acid you get from a key lime, which is the only real citrus fruit that's available. Do you know that shit? So they match Aspergillus niger, it's black mold. They match that black mold citric acid that it's in all the food hidden because they don't list it as an ingredient. It's in your breads, your drinks mainly, and your candies and all that. that citric acid, it chemically matches the citric acid you get from citrus fruits. So they say it's no different. They tell us that. They say it's not, it doesn't matter that it's derived from black mold. Reverse osmosis, as far as my drinking, I won't do it. I don't, I've researched RO and it's not enough for me. I always tell people we if we've got a turd, look at it this way. If you can't scoop it out of the toilet and drink it like in through a machine, then I wouldn't trust it coming out of the tap all the same, because you can measure pharmaceuticals, you can measure all kinds of stuff in the tap water, and what's scary about that is they burn it with chemicals. So how is it making it still through? Those chemicals are the ones that are really getting us. But if you can't, if, I just say there's not a machine that can bring life to dead devil's water. That's like that's like pumping petroleum out of the ground and making it into everything that's around us, like plastic is. You know what I mean? And trying to make it healthy, or taking petroleum and putting it through a $5,000 can and see if we can make it into a seafood dessert, or not a dessert but a seafood meal, because essentially it was seafood at one point, but now it's so dead over and over and over, smashed by the ocean. That's a lot of weight and in the heat, and it makes that sludge, and that's what those sea creatures are. They're dead sea. That's what petroleum fossil fuel is. It's smashed up sea creatures that are heated up and smashed with the weight of the ocean. That's freaky to me. And they pump it out of the ground and they literally feed it to us, and and it's everything. Everything is plastic. I've got to do a really good video about plastic, because a lot of people don't know, like, your clothing's plastic, man. Like your undies, your even your carpet, your couch. Just because it's not like shiny and makes that noise, they made it into a thread, guys. They can they can take uh they can take water bottles and slice it and make a thread out of it, and they make it your clothing and stuff out of it. And then that stuff creates a friction on our skin. Well, it just so happens to be very toxic. Why? Well, think of the origin. You know what I mean, Punish? That's what I always do. I want to know what is the beginning of this thing. Like, where did this stuff really come from? And then you look around, and you want to say, when people say that you're in a fake world, if look around you, man, everything is plastic. And, you know, and
Well,
plastic is synthetic.
yeah, and synthetic fabric will block your like your magnetic field and like your light field. So when you
Yes,
put on these synthetic shirts and pants, you're blocking your natural like fields of light and energy.
yes, sir.
So it's weird how you go back into like out of the Bible and it says only wear like cotton. It's like, man, like I don't know if anybody believes in that or not, but that book had some like wisdom about not eating pork and only wearing cotton.
I
I
don't
don't
wear
I don't want to call it
anything.
religious or anything, but yeah, I just wanted to make the point about the synthetic fabric.
You're right, and I can elaborate on that too, brother. And people like, I think people like my analogy that I kind of go off that. But you're 100% right, and I put it this way, man. I am 1000% non-plastic, whether it's wool or cotton, or Egyptian organic cotton, if possible, of course, because they GMO the cotton. You fucking assholes. They're even, you know what I mean? They're even getting our cotton.
There's
Hemp. I,
little
I really
insect
want
worms
hemp.
in like the cotton. They look like nanofiber to me. I know it's kind of out there, but if you zoom in on like cotton, there's these little black nano worm threads in the cotton. So
I could believe it.
I think that they've even gotten that.
I could believe it. But there's levels to it, and I
Yeah,
know that, you know what I mean. That's why I say let's take our levels to it, like with the food too.
exactly.
Because it's just like you were saying, as far as like me, like I'm vibing way higher on my spirituality more than anything lately, because I have to rely on it. Because if I don't, dude, in this world, knowing what I know, I got no chance, bro. You know what I mean? If you don't find God, and when you know the things that we know, good luck. That's terrifying. That's terrifying, you know. So, I that's why I grew my beard out. I'm growing all my hair out. You know what I mean?
Hair
Because it's supposed to be like an
antenna.
antenna.
It's
Yeah,
a spiritual antenna. Dude, my hair was so long and I cut it because it was just such a pain in the, oh man, it was like getting in my mouth when I was eating and like it was go outside, it was like so hot out, dude. I just cut it.
yeah, it's tough. But
It
back in
looked
the
good
day,
on
we would just be
paper,
used to
but
it.
in like, practice, I was like,
Yeah.
oh no. Maybe I'll try it again.
Yeah. Even, I mean, there's levels to it, but like me, I had all my stuff. I pretty much had no facial hair and no head hair at all. I always shaved my head. But as far as going off one more thing on the plastic being wrapped up in plastic, it's like I explained, like a wire, like electricity conduction through a wire. If you've ever done electrical, you have to have a ground, right? We have to ground to the earth to have an electrical connection.
Yeah.
So if we're on rubber shoes, well, that's an insulator. And if we're wrapped in plastic, well, what's plastic on a wire? That's an insulator. That's not going to allow the electricity to transmit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Once you strip that plastic off, now the electricity can emit, and we have that's what our aura is. It's an electrical emitting, right? And so um and then when you ground to the earth, that's when you fully get to be an electrical charge. We're not really fully electrical until we're grounded on the earth and we have the plastic off us. Then we can actually, that's what we're designed for. And it just always goes back to nature. It goes back to us walking down the beach, in Africa, in the tropic, in the warmth where we didn't need to be wrapped up in all this plastic,
I know.
and we were vibing high, just walking around, getting all our minerals and shit. We weren't even tripping on the food, and if we did, it was growing all around us. We had no farms. We were not murdering animals all day. If we were gonna die in the wild and we had no choice, we would make a kill, but we weren't just eating them. We're not carnivores. So that's why I say it always goes back to our primal nature. It always goes back to what did humans start as? What is the origin? Because if we don't understand the origin of what we are and what we were designed as, and that they saw it as an attack a long time ago, even the Bible days, they grabbed that book and shredded, there's evil's always been there on this realm. But then I don't know if where you're at punished on the spirituality. It sounds like you're up there.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
like that. Electrons.
yeah, spiritually dead people are like kinda I don't even like understand how somebody could be like that, but
Dude, I
some
was. I
yeah,
was,
so was I
bro,
kind of
honestly, a couple months ago.
I used to believe that space aliens came and like made us like a freaking idiot. Like that's how spiritually dead that I was.
Hey, it's not just that you were spiritually dead. We're all tricked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like how look how smart you are, bro, but you were eating bread. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's nothing. I don't mean to, you know
Well,
what I
I
mean?
know
Because
it's
I
bad.
was
It's like,
too.
it doesn't take a genius to know like you're eating
Right, but it's the
that's
degree.
bad.
Right, it's the degree of it, and it's the programming. That's what I'm kind of
I
reverting
mean,
to. Is it's
I
like
know it's
even
bad.
if you're smart, you get
Yeah.
got by the programming.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Shelly, you're talking about, yeah, yes, it's impossible to be in this world. You're talking about the chemtrails going on our food, but it's impossible. So this is something that really needs to be kind of addressed, I think, because people get discouraged and they'll say, well, everything's poisonous, so I'm just going to eat the poison. But then we don't we gotta stop for just a second and realize that we are getting it at every angle. Yes. They're spraying us, breathing fresh air, you're getting it. And if you're in the home not breathing fresh air, you're not healthy either. If you're outside, you're getting the 5G radiation everywhere. And if you're in the home, you're getting it from the Wi-Fi. So I mean we can go on and on. So what would you do if you knew you were under attack and you were getting stabbed in so many different angles? what are you going to do? You're going to
Harm
slowly try to,
reduction. It's about
yes,
harm
exactly.
reduction.
Yes, yes. Because
Like
your
you
body
can't
won't be able
escape
to
it
heal with
100%.
all these daggers.
Yeah, like you can't escape it 100%, but damn it, I'm going to make it hard for them. I'm going to
Yes,
make them work for it.
yes, sir. That's what I'm all about. And that's why I've given up everything, bro. I've changed out my wardrobe. I've changed out my diet. I've changed out my mind, just the what I let go in and out of my mind. I've changed out the people around me, bro. Even if they're family, I don't talk to them no more. Like my mom, I don't talk to her no more, dude. She tried blowing up my phone. I don't talk to her because she's toxic. And she's always been. And I've tried and tried and tried, and I got to the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be toxic if I'm allowing you to be toxic. So I'm just like, so I just cut everything that ain't serving me. And it's like because I know I'm under a lot of inflammation, and I know that the only way to try to mitigate it is to change that ratio from being overcompensating your body to where you're a disease to where you're like, all right, well, I cut out this toxin, this toxin, this toxin, so I'm like right here now. You know what I mean? Like I'm under the ratio a little bit now. My body can do a little more healing, and the more I can fast, the more my body gets to heal from this damage that we're exposed to. I mean, you walk out the door, you're breathing in microplastics, you know? So it goes on and on. So it's like people get discouraged. I see these comments every day on my page. What am I gonna eat? What is this shit? You know what I mean? It's almost funny, man. I see it so much. And it's like, well, everything's getting me. I'm just gonna stop breathing and blah blah blah. And it's like, yes, I know what you're saying. Like I get it. It's frustrating. I get it. But we got to understand there's levels to it. There's levels to all of it, man. And you got the bread, flip this pyramid over, not really because these oils are toxic, but you know, but the bread should be the very least even. And really even just a little bit of it punished. I'm glad you said that you're not going to just take, less bread. You're going to cut it out. And because even a little bit of poison is poison, and it's just like, well, it's all around us, and it's like people are living, well, not that well, you know what I mean? And that's where I think I woke up the most recently, because I see the food matrix. Once I woke up to the food matrix, I was like, nah, this is definitely a matrix. I was like, this is definitely a scam. Like, this is definitely set up. And then I go to the supermarket, bro, and I start researching, and everything's fake. So you're talking about how they're 10 steps ahead of us. They are. And they even went after our holistics, guys. That's what really blows people's minds. When I start talking about garlic and honey, dude, people's minds, it blows their minds because everybody's recommending this stuff and it's still acidic. It's still bad for us. Not quite everything is fake, but most of it is, Shelly. Not quite everything,
Now,
but most of it is. That's why I made the food list, and that's why I tell people grab that food list because that's the foods that are closest, if not from the earth only. So you could take that and do what you want with it, but use it as somewhat of a guide for you if you don't know yet what, people ask, what do I do? What do I do? I say get my food list and good luck to you. Yeah, stay alkaline. Yep. And why? Why? What's the whole alkaline scam? They try making it a scam. This is a fucking scam. You're listening to the same people. A lot of people are listening to people who made this that are telling you that alkaline is a scam. And then you do the research like I have. You'll learn that every single fruit or vegetable that you research, anything that is alkaline, it's from the earth. And everything that man made in labs is acidic. And then you have to understand how the human body works because we have a balance of pH in us and we're supposed to remain slightly alkaline. Well, how do you do that? Because you're eating a bunch of acid foods. And guess what your stomach is? Your stomach is slightly acidic, right? Why? Because it needs to be acid to break down the alkaline foods, but it doesn't need to be crazy acidic. It just needs enough to break down these alkaline foods and then bring that balance of alkalinity into your body. That's why our spring water is alkaline, sea moss is alkaline, going to the ocean is alkalizing, walking through a spring creek, is alkalizing. Everything from the earth alkalizes our bodies, guys. So that was the ticket. Dr. Sebi, he just didn't quite explain it that way. He just said that acid causes cancer and alkaline doesn't. See, Shelley, you say lemon water. This is where my job gets very difficult. This is where my job gets very difficult because I'll vibe with somebody and then I come across it's like almost every time, bud, punished. Every time I look at a TikTok, man, somebody's talking holistics. There's almost always something fake they're using, bud.
Yep.
There's only see somebody said it. Who said it? Wendy. Wendy, you study. Wendy, you've been here. You see Wendy, you're feeling my pain. How
Now
how this goes.
in Florida, there was a lemon, but it was a wild lemon, and it was nothing like the lemon, and it was really hard to eat.
Yes, exactly. And
It
they
was
took two citrus fruits like that. There was two of them, and they created the lemon.
yeah, but the wild lemon, I'm sure anybody who lives in Florida, like they know they're tough to stomach.
Yeah, I bet. Yep, they take these plants that are really hard to digest and shit, and they feed it to us, man. Like, I mean, just look at almonds, bro. Almonds are one of the worst because almonds almonds are they're deadly by nature. They're pure cyanide. They're called the bitter almond, and you take one bite, you die. And so what do? They grabbed those suckers, they brought them in a lab, and they bred the cyanide. I don't know how the hell they bred the cyanide out of them, but they bred the cyanide out to where there was only a little bit. So you went from 100% ratio of cyanide, and they got it down to 10%, right? And then they stopped. They stopped there. They left a little bit. Why? Because that's what they do. You know what I mean? So then they said, all right, guys, let's take this to a field and let's grow millions of them and millions of them, right? And see, Shelly, you were vibing, and now you see we had the lemons are they are man-made, family. Go research it. They cause acid in the body, Shelly. You were talking about alkaline. I just want you to know the truth. The truth is that these lemons are man-made. They cause acid in the body. And guess what limes? Guess what limes cause in the body? Limes are actually acidic. Like if you squeeze a lime on your counter and start washing your stuff, it's acid. It's acid. But but guess what it turns into in your body? Key lime juice. Key limes causes alkalinity. They're alkalizing. And guess what lemons are? Lemons are acidic, right? By nature, they're the fake nature that they're made. And guess what they turn into when they hit your body? More acid. Yep, yep. And they tell you drink it all the time, drink it in your water. You guys, lemons are they're not Earth's products. So that's where it gets me. You know what I'm saying, Punish? Like you're saying about the wild lemon in Florida. Well, they took one variant of that and they made it with another weird one that never would have made it. People keep defending this. Every time I post now, I put, yeah, bro, it's either natural selection or it's selective breeding. I just start putting that on everything because everything I expose is all this stuff man's making. You know what I'm saying? And so I explain, man, that these things that man make, like garlic, bro. You know what I mean? People trip on garlic so hard. Like they love that. Dude, that shit makes you smell like shit. And it's toxic by nature because it's just like you said about that lemon, bro. The wild garlic, it's nasty and bitter and gross. It's nothing good at all. It's nothing we would ever go eating. And but there is a wild garlic that they did use. It's like a type of black garlic. and they did use that like over in I think it was Europe, but it's nothing like the garlic that we are seeing. It's like cantaloupe too. Cantaloupes are nothing like what they started in Europe. They're totally different. Totally different. Watermelons too. I don't know if you guys watched my watermelon video or I literally exposed watermelons that they're literally pretty much fake now, even if you got seeded, because they bred all the fiber out of them. First they bred all the fiber out. Like I said, the rind in the watermelon,
No fiber, man. You could just feel it. Like just like the texture has zero fiber.
zero fiber.
And what's funny is they tell us this shit is dude, they tell us that this is healthy, like watermelon, super
Yeah.
healthy. Eat as much as you possibly can. Gorge yourself. And dude, that's like what I was like. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna eat this whole freaking watermelon today. And then I'm gonna eat a whole pineapple because I'm super healthy. Then I'm gonna eat a pound of bananas because I'm healthy.
Yes.
I'm a health
Yes.
freak. And I'm destroying
Yes.
myself thinking I'm a health freak.
Yes. Yes. Dude, 100%. That's the elaborate. That's how elaborate, right? And that's how they got us tricked. That's how they're 10 steps ahead of us, bro. Because because they they made these plants. And it's like if you question it, look at the like you said the pineapple. The pineapple dies without man. That's scary to me. I don't want to eat a plant that dies without man making it. Man made the pineapple with another five different plants, and they used starch as a bonder, as a glue, and a chemical in a laboratory, and they created pineapples. Pineapples are not natural. There's a wild pineapple that's way freaking different, and it's nothing close. They used it. So when you say this is very 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 important as well here, because punished when you say that they, right, they, it's always they. I always put they in quotes, right, because you know who they are.
Yeah, we
And
know that.
right, and so they tell you, well, there's this vitamin and there's this and there's that and there's this. Did you see my pink salt video?
Yeah.
So you know how, did you see where the guy's saying they've got 98 minerals and they got potassium and blah 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 blah, right? And he was going off about all these minerals that's in it. And the chick chimes in and she's like, "Yeah, but it's such a tiny fraction in there
Yep.
that by the time you get any of that stuff, you already consumed 5 spoons and you're cardiac arrest. You know, if you eat 5 to 6 spoonfuls of salt, you die. You die right there. So it's like you got to eat enough to die to get a nutrient benefit from it, and then you got all these other negatives. So that's why I say a lot of things are like pink salt. You can have it's or you can look at it like a strawberry milkshake, bro. You know, you can have these, which strawberries really ain't that healthy no more, but you can have these healthy strawberries up in the milkshake, and it's got vitamins, right? Antioxidants. I got vitamin C, vitamin, blah, blah, blah. Cool, bro. Cool story. But you're grinding that up with a bunch of toxic milk and toxic ice cream. That is not going to be something good for you. And that's what these fruits are now. Watermelons are sugar fruit. I call them sugar fruits. Bananas, apples. If you're smashing Honeycrisp apples from Walmart, that's like eating a Snickers bar. And unfortunately, as adults now, if we've ate that stuff as kids, we cannot eat it anymore. We can't.
I was a sugar fruit addict. Speaking of apples, what kind of good? Because I couldn't find the Fiji, so I got like the Gala because they still look, they're different colors and they're like
Hmm.
splotchy and they're not as sweet. So I got the Gala.
Yeah, the
I
the
don't know if
Gala
those are
apples.
bad. Yeah.
They're definitely sweeter than the Fuji's that I've found,
Yeah.
but you do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Just use your discernment. Like I
Because
got,
I'm in kind of a food like a desert.
yeah, I know.
I'm in the deep south, and people here are not into eating healthy. Let's just put it that way. It's
Yeah.
the opposite. They're into not eating healthy.
Hmm.
It's like a way of life. It's like a culture here, like chicken fried everything. It's the culture.
Everywhere, everywhere.
It's
It's
a
it's
culture of unhealthy food.
Yes.
It's ingrained in American culture. You might as well be a traitor if you're not into chicken fried steak down here.
Exactly. Yep.
You might as well be a communist
Yep.
traitor.
Yep. You're so right. You're right. And I've had to battle family members because I got kids, bro, and I know about all this food, and everybody wants to get feed them toxic foods. And I'm like, well, you know what? I get it. Like you think you need to feed them this stuff, but I found alternatives to all this food and stuff, and I still have to fight every day about it. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what? It's just tough, dude. I just hate this world, bro. You know what I mean? I just hate it because I know it for what it truly is, and I know the truth about this food, and people don't know it. So it's like, why do I have to be one of the ones who wake up first to this stuff? But I guess apparently I chose to at some point, is what they say. I don't know. You know what I mean? And so yeah, this food, man, it is number one bioweapon, I think. They've got us overeating it all day. It's all around us. And the worst part about it is it's a secret, bro. Like it's right under our noses. You know what I mean? All the things I always say, I always expose. It's like it's right here, you guys. Like it's right here, and I know that you haven't got the blinders off not, to see it, but it's right here, all around us, you guys, and it's getting us. It's getting us. It's getting. It's. I see it happening. If we got any extra fat on us, that's from the food. It's getting us. It's not good to have any extra fat. Human beings, we're not like wildebeest or walrus. We don't need this extra fat because we're not in these frigid. We shouldn't be in these frigid atmosphere. We were designed. If you don't have fat on you but you have muscle instead, you vibe way higher. Like everything's easier. You know what I mean? Like just being alive, your energy. Like I've been up all night, bro. Like I literally pulled all nighter, and I'm not really that like I'm tired, but I'm not that tired. And it's mainly just because I'm not devastate my body and causing it to because dude honestly like I the only time I need like this 8 hours of sleep, that's like kind of the scam too, bro. You know that? Isn't that crazy? I bet you money most people have not heard that before. Getting 8 hours of sleep is a scam. You're gonna hear it from me first. I'll,
We used
I'll
to
tell you.
naturally have two sleeps. I heard like you sleep for a few hours at night and then for a few more hours in the day, and that's how we
Well,
slept till medieval times actually.
sure, and I could agree with that, but the way I look at it is we lived so nice and relaxed that if you're tired, you take a fucking nap whenever you want.
That's how it should be. Yeah, like we're not designed to sleep 8 hours at one clip though.
Yeah,
And if you
and
naturally don't have anything to really do on a schedule like me, your body will fall into this weird. Like I'll sleep for like 5 hours at night and then like 2 hours in midday,
me too.
just naturally. And I'll wake up super freaking early at like 5:30. I like
Yeah,
wake up.
I've been sleeping even less lately because I've been getting tighter on my diet because I was still spiking my insulin, eating a lot of fruits. I got a horrible sweet tooth, and I vibe high with the fruits because they're organic, sun-grown, local-ish fruit that I found at the store, and mostly they're the pears because the pears are least messed with that I found. And if you get them fresh, they're not as high glycemic because they're not as sweet. When they get super duper duper ripe, then they're very high glycemic. But as far as the sleep, bro, if I'm like on a prolonged fast, I can sleep for 2 hours. I'll wake up, I won't be able to sleep any longer, and I'll be full of energy, bro. And I'll go all day. And I know when I'm deprived, like when you're deprived of sleep, you're just like dragging feeling.
Yeah.
Um, I won't ever get that feeling all day long. I'll feel fine, and then I can go again the next day and get like 3.5 hours, and then I'm like, well, why do I need 8 hours? You know why? Because we overeat so much food. What does your body have to do? Because we don't stop eating and stuff. We're always full of this food. Your body never gets a chance to start to mitigate this damage, so it needs all this rest. This that's the only time you're technically fasting.
Dude, it used to be so hard for me to get out of bed. I'd be like, man, I could sleep forever, dude. I don't ever want to stop sleeping. Now I'm like, man, I can't go back to sleep. It's like 5:30. I'm like wide awake. I guess I'll just wake up.
Yep.
before the freaking sun is even up. I would never thought I would be like that.
Yep, yep. But yeah, when you if you start practicing and you get really I call it, you can call it keto adapted, but that means that you're adapted to running off ketones, and that's what we're designed for. We're designed to run off of fat, like a camel, like a camel. I always ask people, do you know what the hump is on a camel? And a lot of 99% will say water. It's not water, bro. It's fat because they can tap into that fat and they're fat adapted, right? Because they're not eating toxic grains and shit because that'll keep you glucose dependent. That'll keep you insulin sensitive, glucose dependent. You it's like I look at it as like fuel. Like in my old boat, if you put regular gas in it, pump gas, it won't run that well at all. Like it runs like trash. But if I put non-ethanol in there, it runs like a dream because it's a better fuel source, right? That's the same thing with our food. If you're eating whole foods, you know what I mean, and fasting on ketones, then that is going to be way more efficient of a fuel than the fuel of glucose, which it really works that way. We run our brains and bodies off this fake sugar, bro, as fuel to fuel our energy in our bodies and our minds. Isn't that crazy? This fake food, sugars, refined carbs and sugars, it we become you literally gear into it. So you're usually one or the other. You're usually glucose dependent or you run on ketones. So we've got the pump gas and then we've got the non-ethanol gas. And when you're in between, it's kind of tough, but usually we're one or the other. And when you get on the non-ethanol fuel, when you get on the clean burning ketones, you think clearer, you see things clearer, your blinders pop off, you start getting closer to God or however you want to call it, and everything changes when you switch that fuel. It's insane. And it's like I'd say 95% of the human race is fueled on shitty pump gas that's watered down.
Carbs
Yeah.
are addicting, and it makes it hard to fast when you're eating a lot of carbs. When I'm eating a lot of carbs and I try to fast, give it about maybe 5 hours, and I feel like I'm about to fall over, and I'm like shaky and weak
Yep.
as as you can be. But if I'm eating like high fat stuff and I fast, I'm just good.
Yep.
But yeah, the carbs, when you're on a carb like diet and you try to fast, it's like it's just a failure.
Yep.
Does that make any sense?
1,000%. We so this is a bioweapon. Don't forget this is a bioweapon. I'm gonna just keep making this analogy, you know what I'm saying? Because if you see it for what it truly is, that this diet that we are consuming as Americans, if you're consuming the food pyramid, these are all bioweapons designed against us, and they're designed. These are all created. Even your fruits and veggies are bioweapons. They're hidden bioweapons, right? Because again, I break it all down. This banana is seedless. The banana is 10 times the size. Everything was 10 times smaller in the originality of creation, right? Which is fine. Selective breeding, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. But when you got a tomato that started in nature this big and now it's this big, tell me that you just selectively bred that thing to be a giant like that. That's not how God made the plant. You know what I'm saying? And so and it goes further because they take chemicals in the labs and they can create these plants. And they did back in the day. So so you know, if we're consuming these things, unfortunately, man, we are dependent on what the fuel that these create, and that's a toxic fuel. You know what I'm saying? If we're glucose dependent, and it's like you said, the refined carbs they keep you addicted, and it's exactly like you said. 5 hours later, it's got you hungry again because it's empty carbs and it's triggering your brain. You know what I mean? You think you're hungry, but it's your brain. And then you talk about, well, I start feeling dizzy and stuff. I feel that's another symptom of being glucose dependent. Is you really will start to get a little woozy. And what happens when you do that, bro? When you start getting a little dizzy or whatever, you think you're low blood sugars, right? You're like, oh, my sugars must be getting low because I'm feeling kind of woozy. I better eat, right? That's a trap. That's a trick because that's going to keep you overeating. And then what happens? You're in that cycle where you eat some more and you're like, all right, I'm cool. And then you're still hungry though, or you still want to eat more because it's
So
just so satisfying.
so if you continue to fast, if you're feeling shaky and weak, will that like pass?
Very, very important. Very, very good question. Um, So when you first start on this, you really you need to take your time if you want to switch your fuels, right? We want to switch from glucose fuel because we know that's a toxic ass fuel, and we want to run on ketones instead, right?
That's what I really
So
want to do.
great, great. You once you do it, just like everything else toxic you've given up, guess what? You're never gonna get go back to it, right? Once you've given up something like fluoride, bro, are you gonna go back to fluoride?
Hell no.
Right. Right. So when you get off this toxic fuel, you won't ever go back. So I want to help people get off it. So what you got to do is give yourself time, plant a seed, right? Plant a seed in your mind and say like, all right, I want to get to where I want to run on ketones, really. I don't want to run on these foods as fuel anymore, right? So you plant a seed and you say, all right, I'm going to get off the toxins. I'm going to start slowly dwindling it out, and you'll find your own ways. Everybody's going to be very unique. I can't tell you, Punished. I can't tell you. What is your name, bro? Anyway, John?
Right.
Or you don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. I'll call you Punished.
Yeah.
But that's all right. Anyway, um, you you plant the seed in you, bro. And like I said, you are going to be unique the way you find your way to changing to getting off these foods. Me, I did my own ways. I went to keto and I went here and there and I got alternatives, right? And I pretty much, what I did was I avoided sugars, I avoided wheats, I avoided corns and soys, right? I avoided the extra toxic stuff. And then I always, always, always avoided high carbohydrate. I didn't eat anything that was really much over a carb or two per se per serving. And that's tough. You have to get very good at you'll have to do research, or you can just look up, you might have to look up keto foods for a bit. I don't know, I don't know what you're gonna
Yeah, like
find
I
your
have to figure out what I'm gonna eat. It's not what I'm not gonna eat. I have to plan like what okay, now what am I gonna like replace all this shit with? So I
well,
do gotta
if
do a
you
little
want
bit
to,
of planning before I go
yes,
food shopping.
yes.
But I do
So,
have your list. I downloaded that from your Dropbox.
okay.
Thanks
So
again.
I was gonna say,
That's pretty
get my
handy.
list, because eating real alkaline foods is going to immediately cut off that receptor that you keep tapping into with the refined carbs and sugars, to where it's like you keep in that cycle. You got the MSG, you got all these chemicals that are in this food that's is literally designed like a cigarette, bro, to keep you smoking them, right? It's just like a cigarette smoker. You have one, a couple hours later, you need another one. And it's like you don't need it. Your brain wants it because your brain's getting a little kick, but it's
And you get trapped in
devastating your
like
body.
a cycle of it. It's like a self-perpetuating cycle. Well, I got this whole loaf of bread, so I might as well make another sandwich because it's just I don't know. It's hard to explain, but
No, that's
it's like a
exactly
loop.
what
It's like a loop you get like stuck in. I don't know how else to put it.
it is. It's a vicious cycle, bro.
Yeah, it's
And
almost like
so what?
drugs.
Oh, it is. It's. I always explain it's actually worse. We judge people, for doing drugs and shit, but 95% of the world is doing a
Addicts.
drug that they don't even know.
Yep.
We're
And you
doing
gotta
we're
tell
doing the biggest
them
drug in
that's
the world is
preposterous.
food.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest drug in the world is food, and everybody's doing it and nobody really knows it's a drug. That line I just said, I've been saying for years, like 2 years. The biggest drug in the world is food, and the scariest part is people don't know it, that that's the worst drug in the world. That's fucking terrifying. And 95% of the world is consuming these drugs and not really conscious understanding that it's really bioweapons.
Well, it
So
kills more
anyway,
people than fentanyl. What kills more people,
yeah,
food or fentanyl? Food.
exactly.
Bad food.
Everybody's doing it and nobody knows. Isn't that mind blowing to really understand that as a conscious person? And the more you fast, the more you tap in and start seeing this food matrix, and you're gonna start. It's gonna hurt if you care about people.
I
It
suck at
sucks.
fasting, man. I suck at fasting right now.
So do
I
I.
suck at it. I suck at
So
it.
do I.
But I'm like trying. I'm trying.
So so do I, bro. I suck at fasting too, and I'm still fighting it every day, man. I'm still kind of a food addict, but it's tougher for me because I eat real food that I vibe high with. So it's like a different type of battle for me now because I'm like, dude, I love these pears. Like at least I feel like they're closer to nature, and it's like I still want to eat 10 pears. You know what I mean? And but I always take the time to fast. But anyway, we're talking about transitioning into fasting. I can get sidetracked very easy because this stuff's it's very elaborate, but it is very simple. Like I live very simply. Like my diet and everything, man, my I'm chilling. I'm not deprived. It's it's way easier for the way I live, bro, than how I used to be running after this food all the time and just overeating. I would start eating in the beginning of the day and I just eat, bro. I just eat. And it was years of that being my main drug. Like I said, I didn't really do drugs. But anyway, transitioning to the fasting, when you first start, it's tougher because you're insulin dependent and your body's going to be craving these carbs and stuff, right? It's going to be not even just carbs, just wants to eat. Your body just wants to eat. And your brain wants to eat though. It's not your body. Your body doesn't need it. If you got little bit of fat, even not fat, you still don't need to eat like we think we do. And and I know that for a fact because even when I'll do like a prolonged fast, like a day later I'll take a poop, man. And it's like I haven't even ate for 2 days and now I'm pooping, and it's like, yeah, because you got that food in you, and we don't even use the energy from our food till a lot later after we eat. But anyway, I want to get back again to the fasting part where you're transitioning because you're gonna be feeling like kind of woozy and like you need to eat. I say don't not eat when you feel that way because we we don't want to go into like something extreme like acidosis where if you're fully dependent on carbohydrate as fuel and you cut that fuel off, it's gonna make you feel like crap, and that's designed, and I want to say it again, designed. It is elaborately designed that way.
Wow.
This is a design. This is a design, brother. The pyramid fuckers that we see holding these up everywhere when they're drinking blood and shit. It was a design, brother. So they designed this food to cause you to feel like you need it. You're shaky. You're tripping. You're feeling weird. Your body's telling you, "Oh, eat." That's the devil, bro, telling you to eat. So we have to be able to catch that and be like, all right, bro, like I do want to eat and I'm going to give in a little bit here. And you eat something a little bit lower carb and then you just kind of wait and see how you feel. And if you feel like you really feel whack, then eat a little more and just wait. Don't eat a bunch because even if you're low blood sugar and you go to replace that blood sugar that your body is thinking it needs, but it doesn't, it's just because it's tricked. If you consume a bunch too much, it causes another very high inflammation effect. You know what I mean? So when you're trying to adapt into going off of your fuels, you have to be very conscious of the food that you do eat when you do eat because you don't want that to spike you and keep you in the glucose fuel. You want the ketone fuel. So when you do eat, try to go low carb. Try to eat some veggies, bro. Like chop up a cucumber with some salt a little bit, or keep it simple, but make sure it's something to where you're not going to drop. You know what I mean? And give yourself time. It's going to take time to make this transition. So like I said, it kind of seems elaborate, but it really isn't. You just got to use your discernment with it. But
No, it's
anyway,
not
when
elaborate. It's just going to take a little bit of time, you know.
it does,
But not
it
that
does.
much time. Like you said that you turned around in like 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, but I'm extreme, bro. I'm not
Yeah,
like
and that's not what you'd even like recommend because, like you said, you can go into acidosis.
yes, I do not recommend unless you are very conscious, and you really know what you're doing. I
Yeah,
don't
unless you're
recommend
pro
trying.
level.
Yeah, I would not recommend going from 0 to 100. Like in other words, I would not recommend going from the Walmart bread to alkaline vegan the next day. Hell no. Hell no, don't do that. Don't do that. You're most likely, unless you're really badass and you're really educated, it's gonna result in some kind of failure. So let's transition. Just transition to it, and then eventually you'll hit it on the head because the main most important component is plant the seed and stick to it, right? Because it's easy to say something and do something, and then the matrix will slowly suck you back up. You'll revert back to the old habits, and you'll so what I always say is plant the seed and tell yourself I refuse to give. I may lose some of the little battles along the way, but I'm going to win the war against this because you know what it is, and you know that it's getting you, and you're not only do you want to vibe high, but you want to prevent any more problems, bro. You know what I mean? It's like the people that quit smoking, what are they preventing? They want to prevent lung cancer, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now we know we've been smoking all these years and we didn't know it. It was tricked. We were tricked into smoking in a sense, and this death of a thousand cuts. And now we know, hey, these motherfuckers, just like the example of smoking in the past. You're probably old enough, you're probably around my age. You're probably old enough to know at least the history of what went down, how that all went down. Why didn't we learn from that? You know what I mean? We have to learn from that because they told us they normalized it. Look at smoking is exactly like food, bro. You remember all the actors, you remember the doctors, bro. I've got the picture of the ads with the doctor smoking, saying he recommends Camels to his
Hell
patients.
yeah, 9 out of 10
Yep,
doctors recommend it because it's better for your throat.
yep, exactly. Paprika, Wendy, paprika. If you're saying it's bad, it's probably I think that one is man-made, isn't it? Is it on my food list for herbs? If it's not, then it's probably man-made. Paprika. It'll probably be bad because they made it. You know what I'm saying? And they make these holistics. They even make herbs. Isn't that fucked up? They made the herbs and they mix them all up. They mix them all up with the real ones. But anyway, I want to try to go a little bit deeper. I hope I'm not going too deep on this fasting thing. But
No,
but it does
not at
it
all.
does require some understanding. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, and you know what?
yeah,
I
smoking
find
in the
some days.
restaurants, smoking in the airplane, smoking in the freaking cop shops. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
in the
saying? The
mall,
cop
dude. I used to
shops they were
fucking listen to
smoking.
smoke in the mall, dude.
Yes. Yes.
I used to be like a mall
Crazy.
rat.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Somebody mentioned turmeric. Turmeric is not amazing, fam. See, this is where it gets really, really, really hard. This is where it
Uh-oh.
gets really hard for me. I hate it. I hate telling people this, but I will not ignore the truth. And the truth
I
is
could
they
tell
made
that, like, you
turmeric.
really don't like it, but
I don't, man. I do it all the time, and it's like
you
it's
like,
heavy.
like a cringe
Yes.
having to say it.
Yes. Uh, I do. I cringe in my heart, bro, for these people because we're tricked. It's all the turmeric is one of the most elaborate tricks in the book, and
Red County
I've got
on
them
that.
pegged. And Dr. Sebi's the one that told us this. He said these assholes made turmeric. They took a chemical, they took it in a lab or whatever the hell they be doing. Some of it's lab, some of it's not lab, but they still taking other plants and making it, and that's not natural. So they took
What did
ginger
they?
root and they
Okay.
took another fake ass plant that was either fake or not. They make fake plants off fake plants, dude. They don't give a damn. They're full senders. They're full senders on us. And so they made this turmeric, guys, and they tell you this is holistic. When you guys are sick from the toxic American diet, go over to the holistics get you some turmeric because that helps your inflammation, right? Fuck them. And they tell you take beets for your cardiovascular. Dude, beets are toxic and fake, and they spray them with glyphosate all day, and they made beets.
So like the turmeric, what if you just did it short term? Even then,
You could live from it, but why do you want to eat something they made? Like I use this analogy, bro. If you could eat
because it is pretty good. I do like to make like soups with it.
it,
I'm not
it's a
gonna
bad
lie.
vibe. When I explain it to you, I bet you won't ever touch it again.
All right.
So look at it this way. Turmeric, in my mind, is a turd made from some alkaline foods, and it's a turd when you also ate some fake man foods, right? And you make this turd. Well, people, I just want a little turd. I just want a little bit of turd in my food because that's the way I look at these. If fucking man made it, to me, that's a turd. And I don't care if man used God's plant to make it, and this turd has like my turd will have a little bit of raspberry seeds in it, probably.
So what you're
You
saying?
know what I'm saying?
So like like so even though it may be healthy, but like the benefits will never outweigh the harm. And is
Yep,
what is
because it causes an illicit effect in our body, which it causes acid. Look up if you guys ever question the things I say, it's very simple to prove it. All you have to do is go Google is turmeric acidic or alkaline, and you'll see that it's got an acidic pH, right? And then you'll Google, well, ginger's very close to turmeric. Let's see, is ginger alkaline or acidic? Oh, ginger's alkalizing. Well, that's weird. God made ginger. And that's weird. Turmeric's acidic and asshole man made turmeric. What's that? Would you say it? I cut out on me.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
No.
But yeah, so again, the whole point is, bro, you've got ginger there though. Thank God. Thank God that we've got God's plant still somehow. And they went and screwed with the ginger guys. Be careful if you see these big ass nodes of ginger, they're fake. You want the smaller ginger, the better.
Really, because I usually get the big, huge, like fist size ones. Like they're like the good ones. I think.
You would think, but they're GMO. That
So you want the little
anything.
tiny ones, man? Dude, in Florida, that shit grew everywhere. I don't like live
Mhm.
there now, but yeah, there was like a wild ginger there. That's a good place to forage. Like it's hard. It's easier to eat for me in the summer, dude, because I'll just go forage. I'll get some like
That's what
mushroom
I do.
and like like berries. There's like blueberries and strawberries and blackberries and all these freaking mushrooms. And then in like the winter, it's like I gotta go to Walmart and shop
Yep.
with everything.
Yep. Well, in the winter, I always recommend, and around where I live, that's when the mushies thrive. So,
Oh
so
yeah,
eat
there's still some, but not right now. Actually, it's a little too.
really.
But they'll come in the
Well,
middle
once it
of winter.
frosts.
But yeah, it's got to get wet, and then it's got to be dry and cold for a day or something, and then yeah,
Yep.
got
And
to
then
be
not frost. Once it
yeah,
frosts, I know it kills the mushrooms.
yeah, it's got to be
Um,
conditions. But they
I'm
do grow through the entire winter. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to try to close down a little bit because this transition, bro, from these toxic foods to keep running on ketones is probably one of the most important things that I think I could ever discuss
Yeah.
because because this is the trap and we have to get very, very conscious when we are trying to transition this and we need to realize that this is not something to sleep on. Transitioning from these refined carbs and sugars, if you want to do this, this is probably the biggest step that mankind can make towards their health,
Okay. So what is the
without
first
a doubt.
step? What do you
The
think is the first step somebody should take from being on a total shitty like diet to taking the first step to going to the uh you know ketones?
First of all, I'm going to tell you nothing will get you away from something toxic than understanding that it's toxic. when you do some research on it and you're like, damn, dude, wheat is really man-made and bread spikes my blood sugar higher than sugar. Sugar already, sugar gets your blood sugars through the roof, and you learn bread is worse than sugar, man. And it's like, all right, it's like fuck bread. Like how you were saying, like, no. So you planted that seed in your mind, and you may revert, later on your mind might try to get you and be like, bro, like you can have a slice of bread, like just like this guy,
Like a relay,
nuance, he's just over the top. You know what I mean? And that's
addict
so
relay.
anyway, it's the mental. We've got to get there mentally. We got to plant the seed, and we got to understand deeply that this stuff is 1000% harm, no benefit. There's no benefit to consuming this in any way, shape, or form, okay? So we understand our enemy now. We know that it's toxic, and we see this is our enemy. This is not a food. This is not a service to my body in one way or shape or form. They try telling you there's fake fibers and there's these vitamins, but it's just like the pink salt, homie. You know what I mean? It's you got to eat so much of it, and then you barely get a nutrient effect, and now your blood sugars are 300, and you're blasting yourself, and your body's got to mitigate all that inflammation. So so this transition is very, very important. So let's plant the seed. Let's know our enemy. Okay. Now it's like, okay, I know that I'm a victim. It's like when you decide you want to quit smoking. It's like I know I'm smoking. I know that I'm a victim of it, and I know that I'm gonna want to do it again more and more. And so you plant that seed, and you're like, all right, dude, like I'm gonna quit smoking. And you're gonna be like, how? Well, I'm not gonna get too much into that. I'm just gonna do it my own way, and I'm gonna kind of get out of the way and let your inner self or your subconscious mind or your let God take the wheel, kind of, and be like, hey, I'm gonna get this done my own way. I don't know how yet, but all I know is I'm gonna do it. You know when there's something that you won't that you just refuse not to allow. When you get to where you're like, I will not like you ever had a crappy job and you're like, I will never go back there again. That's how you have to think of this food. Like, I will never go back to that job again. Dude, they can shove that job. I will go deliver pizzas before I go back to that job. That's how I looked at this food. I was like, fuck that. This
That's how
food
I'm
attacked
starting to
me.
feel about some things. That's how I'm starting to feel about, like the coffee. I'm like, man, I can't even believe I was drinking that. What the hell was I thinking? Stupid.
Yep. You're 1000% dialed on that, man. And it's just steps, man. It's just so heavy because there's so many of these things.
It's like
But
smoking,
anyway,
because smoking is like bad for you and it makes you feel like shit. But like this is a little bit more technical, like watermelon. I thought that was like the most healthy shit you could put in your body. And so it's more tricky, man, because there is a lot of deception. You got to like unravel all this bullshit, and it's a
yep.
task.
Yes, sir.
Smoke's easy by can in like you know
You
comparison.
great. Yes, exactly. You're dead on, brother. And so yeah, let's keep it simple, but we need to understand that like you
And
said,
it's
it's
more
very
simple than
complex.
it's complex, but it's simple though. It's just
Hmm. It's crazy. It's
you just
very
got
it's
a
very
lot of change.
crazy.
It's not crazy changes, but you just gotta be willing to do it. You have to like want it. It's like getting like sober or something. You have to want it. If you
Yep,
like eating shitty McDonald's food, dude, nothing's gonna change. You have to want it.
exactly. Great analogy. Or
And unfortunately, wanting it comes for most people when they start to have health problems. That's when you really start to like want it. Like, damn, like this is not sustainable, and to be healthy while eating this is not like it's not like possible. And then people end up on the pills and the pharmaceuticals and shit to so they can still eat whatever they want, and they're just on statins and taking so many different bottles of medications and shit. So
insulin, synthetic insulin, bro. Dude, you
like,
know
I don't
how
want to that. I don't want
oh,
to. maintain my health because I like been noticing shit. That's why I like stopped. Like I just noticed shit has like affected me more,
You're
and it's
you're
not
you're
like a sustainable thing. Like my body's like telling me like this is wrong, even though
you
you
know
think
you
you're
know
being
what?
healthy, it's wrong.
You know what? That's not your body. Your body is, yes, your body communicates to you. But I'll tell you what's really communicating to you, telling it's wrong. You know what it is? You know who it
What?
is? You ever hear of a higher self or discernment? That's your
Yeah,
discernment. That's your discernment saying, bro, like you've known this, but it's time for you that you're ready to understand that this is not right.
yeah. It's like I've known it, and like hindsight, it's like I know it. It's like I knew it.
But you were tricked, bro. That's what,
Yeah,
look at my
yeah, but
name.
I was like
Look at my
deceived.
name.
Yeah,
My name. That's why I use the name Nuance in all my names, Nuance Deliverance, because I'm here to deliver the people from this nuance. We're all sucked up under nuance, and that's why I put in my link tree. I put that video, the meaning of oneness, because it explains that if you don't connect to, if you can't see nuance, you'll never connect to your spirituality. You'll never do it because we're all tricked in that, in these tricks like the fluoride and the wheat and the corn. These things keep us away from our from getting to our God, man, or however you want to call it. And even the plastics, bro. We talked about the plastics. That's also nuance. We're tricked. They've turned everything into plastics, even your undies and your blankies and even your carpet.
yeah.
And we're heating it up, we're grinding it up in our blenders and shit, you know. And it goes on and on and on, and we're consuming all these things that keep us away from our higher self. And the more that we talk about cutting this stuff down and getting up the ladder on getting off the things. The more you start connecting to your discernment, and that's what's going on right now, bro. I'm telling you, it's out there. But I'm just gonna say it. There's a spiritual warfare going on, and these motherfuckers know that a lot of us are connecting to our spirituality.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
and and that's how this plays in. I can play it right in and explain how we can go from the food pyramid to connecting to God,
I
literally. And
say
if
that.
you're wrapped up in a bunch of devil's
Cuts you
blood
off.
plastic, what's that?
I said all this toxic food and stuff that like cuts you off from like like
Yeah,
God.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. You fully understand like how the plastic works. Do you have plastic clothes still? Do you wear polyester?
When I go on hiking trips, because if cotton gets wet, you could die. So when I go hiking, I do wear synthetics. That's like the only time.
Sure, sure. And I can vibe a little teeny bit with wearing synthetics as long as you wear a layer of cotton between your skin and that plastic.
You can,
Even
but
even
when
if
you go hiking and it can get like a cold, and if like like if like like the cotton gets wet, it'll sap all your heat. But a synthetic will keep you warm even if it's wet. So that's the
yeah,
only reason
but
I forego
you
the cotton
well,
on
the reason
hiking
why,
trip.
you know why though, right? Because if you take a plastic t-shirt and you try to soak up some like a water on the ground, it won't do a very good job of that. You know
Yes.
why? Because try to slice a water bottle up and use it as a towel.
Yep.
It's not gonna suck anything up because essentially it's a dense
And
fucking.
they dry really fast too. You get
Hmm.
rained on, and 5 minutes later you're completely dry.
Right, right. Well, I'm just saying that's good though. I mean, if you're
Yeah,
down to
it's
that,
good for
dude, you're
yeah, but
good.
that's like a couple days a year.
Yeah,
Come on, that's so
yeah.
hopefully that's not enough to do any long term
But the beauty that I
damage.
want I want to talk about with that though, the beauty is there's almost always a plant source that's going to do that and match it or beat
Hemp,
it. I was just going to say, I bet you hemp. I bet you there's types of hemp that are
100.
really good at moisture wicking
Yep.
because cotton is very dense and thick. It's woven really tight and it doesn't it's a trap. It traps air really good. So, but hemp is breathable. Hemp is breathable. and hemp is it's moisture resistant. So hemp is the future. Hemp really is the future. I know Mary Jane's in here, so that's a good timing. She's probably gonna get all excited. But
We
hemp
should
is without a
have
doubt. We need people to be
activewear.
one. We need to be. We need scientists in hemp. We need
We
tons and
make
tons of
that
scientists with hemp.
hemp activewear.
Yes. Oh, without a doubt, that's the future.
Nobody
And
steal
speaking
that
of
shit.
that,
I patent that.
yes, that's awesome. You know what? That's so funny. Speaking of that, bro, I invented a toothbrush. People don't know that yet.
Oh, dude, I'm waiting for that
I
because I
invented
have the
one.
Mishwak ones that
Yep.
you
I
recommended,
I,
and they're
I
pretty cool.
invented I invented a Mizwak toothbrush.
You got the Mishwak right in your hand. What the fuck?
Yep.
Yeah, those are pretty cool, man. Thanks for putting me on those.
They're cool, but I invented a toothbrush that works way better than the sticks. I don't really like
Yeah,
the
but
sticks.
it's not out yet though. Like, when is it going to be out?
Good question. I was talking to Dr. Truth about it. I told him, I said, hey man, I just invented this toothbrush in my garage and I showed it to him. I can't show you guys right this second.
Right?
'Cause I don't want someone stealing it. But it's
Yeah.
pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I talked to Dr. Truth about it, and they were vibing kind of, but I didn't. He didn't really vibe on it like I thought he would. And it's kind of like, well, you know what? I was gonna kind of include you like on that, but honestly, if you're not feeling it, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna fucking make my own toothbrushes. I'm gonna start selling. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to get these to the people because I feel like I'm the only person in the country right now that's got this badass Mizwag toothbrush where I don't feel like I'm grinding up toxic stuff in my mouth. It's
The only
crazy.
problem
It's
I
crazy.
like about the Mishwak is it doesn't angle, so it's hard to get like
Exactly.
the inside of the bottom teeth. So
Exactly.
I'm trying to picture what you might have like improved upon that with.
Yep.
You got a right angle the Mishwak.
Yep.
Did you make a right angle Mishwak?
Yep.
Because that's what the world like really needs.
Yep. I'm not playing with you guys.
That's what the world really needs.
It does.
No,
And it's
seriously.
amazing. It's refreshing, dude. I like to do coconut oil pulling, but I just get it a little damp. And dude, yesterday after I made it, dude, I just sat there. I just kept polishing my teeth with it because it felt so cool and it was so convenient and it was like enjoyable. I was like, what the? I was like, dude, everybody needs this now. It's so cool. It's like crazy. Um, yeah, I gotta figure out, because I'm not balling. I mean, I can buy some stock, but I gotta figure out, do I gotta patent it? But I can make them myself. That's the cool part.
Dude, I make my own cleaning like non-toxic cleaning products and even like lotions and stuff like non-toxic lotions and stuff.
That's cool.
But I'm thinking,
That's
man, like
cool.
I
What do you
would
use?
market that kind of stuff like one day, like because I got like the formulas down pretty tight, on like some of the stuff. The science is tight.
American. Yeah, dude, I love American. This guy's so funny. Every time this guy he comes in at the funniest timing. And you're right, bro. He says the government FDA will take you out for making it. Oh,
That's right.
when I'm making, if you mess with the government's bioweapons, they do not like you much. So yeah, there's a lot that I have to think about. It was gonna be a lot easier because I told Dr. Truth. They told me to freaking figure out a toothbrush, and I did. I was like, they're like, figure one out because everyone was asking me because I made that video. And he was like, I was like, I asked them, I was like, you guys, what do you do for a toothbrush? And they're like, we just coconut oil pull. And I'm like, ah. And then he was like, find a toothbrush and we'll sell it or whatever. And then I freaking invented that. And I don't know what the vibe was with it, but I'm telling you, this thing is legit. And but at this point, it's kind of like, well, it would have been a lot easier just to let them order the stock, the blanks of the stuff, and then find someone to do the little teeny bit of labor that is required to make it, and then go from there. But they didn't seem like he was too hyped on it like I was. So it's like, that's fine. They say and I'm not hating on no one, but people can't, if you've got a dream in you and you tell someone and they don't see it, it's just because they can't see it. Like they don't have that same dream, which I mean, he should have been able to see it because I physically showed it to him. But maybe he doesn't see the potential like I do. Man, I think this can change the whole fucking world in a sense. If everyone could use an all natural toothbrush, as opposed to grinding up microplastics in our mouth, you know? So I look at it as, dude, I invented a new toothbrush, and I mean, I shouldn't even really be saying it, but it's like I want the people to have it. Like I want everyone to have it and feel good about it, you know? We need way more. Yeah, that's what I say, American. When we're talking New Earth vibes, we're talking hemp. Hemp is hemp is the future. Hemp is 100% the future. Hemp should be overly grown. It should be mass produced in a natural way, though. We can still do some of the things we do, but keep it simple and natural. And these plants love to be grown. Farming plants and cultivating it helps nature thrive. I mean, these plants they're designed to be badass to us, so we grow them, and then in a sense we are their slaves, in a sense, because if like the MJ, we're that plant slave. We grow so even though we've mutated it, poor thing, but we grow so much of that stuff that we're its slave. They're just growing. We're doing all the work. We're cropping them. We're planting them. We're feeding them. Then we're replanting them, and they're just like, oh, I'm just growing. You know what I mean? So it's a trip. But the future is without a doubt it's plants. You know what I mean? Everyone's catching on, dude. Nobody's vibing with plastic no more. When we learn really what plastic is and how it's getting us and how we're sponges and we just be sucking all this plastic up and we learn what's the origin. You know what I mean? I always go back to the origin, dude. A lot of people don't really know what fossil fuels really are. They just know it's crude oil, it's gross oil. But it's like, well, what is it? Tell me if you want ancient dead sea creatures smashed under this ocean for millions or thousands or hundreds of years, however you want to say it, depending on your beliefs. Tell me how you vibe with that being sludged up out of the ground and turned into something you grind up in your mouth, or something that you wrap your privates up with, and then you learn that it's endocrine system disruptors, and it just so happens that this nasty toxic sludge that they make everything into is devastating to our bodies, and they got us wrapped in it physically, like literally wrapped in it.
Underwear is bad. I don't really wear it, and I try not to wear socks unless it's cold. I that stuff just makes me feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah. I
For some,
wear I wear cotton underwear, and I don't wear like the tidy shit. I don't like the tight
oh
stuff.
god,
I like the free feeling more. I feel like, again, you know, bro, it always goes back to nature. It always goes back to, dude, in the natural, dude, our shit. I had to say it, but it was just there. It was hanging. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying, man?
yeah, for sure.
It wasn't all whitey tidied up. Never would we be walking around whitey tidied up.
Yeah, some kind of covering for like safety, a little bit of
Yes.
protection.
Yes, because as humans, we have etiquette naturally. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just like as humans,
but
we're
we
not
weren't like
these
wrapped up
ravenous
like
beasts. Right. We wouldn't be wrapped up. We wouldn't be going under the ocean floor somehow. How the hell would we get down there? And then, like, guys, we need the sludge. We really need the sludge so we can wrap us up in. Somehow we get this sludge out of the ground, which would be impossible, and then start using that as we what we wrap up in, instead of like maybe some hemp, or there was all kinds of fibers and stuff found in nature that we could easily use as clothing and stuff. You know, that goes way, way, way back. We know that.
What do you think of cold showers, or like ice baths or cold water submersion?
I always say it goes off your vibe. Like me, I don't vibe with it. Like I'm not saying it's not unhealthy or none of that. I know there's
Yeah,
a
'cause
bunch of
I
good
kind of
benefits
do
to it.
like vibe with it. Like I feel great from it.
Yeah, see,
I
I'm the
really
guy.
like it.
I vibe way better.
But not
I
everybody.
enjoy.
But it's not, yeah, like you said, like not everybody vibes with it.
Yeah, so there's any time we're putting a tax on our body, a stress, it is actually technically beneficial. It's just like breaking a muscle down to build it. Um, every time you put your body through somewhat of a natural stress that's not too extreme, it is going to strengthen you. Like me and my saunas, I've saunaed so much now that I can go 2 or 3 hours in the sauna at a buck 60. Whereas when I started the sauna, I could only last for about half an hour, and my heart would start racing, right? And I would start um, freaking out and getting dizzy and stuff, you know.
Wow.
And I've built up my cardiovascular system to withstand that that damage, or not even damage, but just that extreme stress on your body. And so technically I've strengthened my cardiovascular system by it. So I think that you can still get kind of the same effect from like the cold shower. It strengthens your cardiovascular system, it increases your circulation. But me, I've always lived in like a cold climate, and I just don't I've never liked cold, man. I'm just not a cold person. And I know they say, nobody likes it and da da da. I just really don't. I don't feel like I need to be in the cold, like jumping in this cold water. And I just think that if I really was where I started, I wouldn't be able to find water that cold, because
That's
I
a very
think that
good
we
point.
were I think that we were in Africa and it was tropical, and I just don't think we needed it. I think we could go without it, but I think there's benefits to it. You know what I mean? So it's just that one's kind of it's interesting. I'm not I believe in it though. I do. I do believe that if you put your body under some stress, you're going to strengthen your body without a doubt. And there is a bunch more benefits to it that I do know that. Like it's kind of like one of those things that benefits don't really stop, kind of. And if if you can live through it, then it's going to strengthen you. And we put ourselves through
Exactly.
a lot worse.
Yeah, it makes your body produce stem cells.
Hmm.
But so does
But then
the
again,
heat, though. So does the extreme heat.
yes,
Does the
yes,
same thing.
yes,
It's just like the body's response to when it a perceived life threatening
right,
temperature,
exactly,
hot or cold.
exactly. Yes,
It pumps
sir.
out all the stem cells and the dopamine and all. It's a kind of the same exact like reaction.
Yep, yep. I agree. And I mean, again, thinking primally, we would be exposing ourselves to all kinds of extremes.
Extremes,
Eh,
yep.
But then again, we wouldn't, because like me, I don't really
From
need to.
time to time, you would, but not like not like on the regs, but
Yeah, yeah.
just
But
from
the
like
body
a
the body
hiking
is
date.
amazing, because the body is such a good regulator. Like, I'm gonna put it this way: like, you can strengthen yourself. But if you're not doing that, you don't necessarily need it per se. Like me, if I stopped saunaing, if I'd stopped going in the sauna for like 6 months, then my body is gonna kind of revert back to how it was, where it couldn't really handle it. So it's just more of like
Yep.
causing your body to adjust to it. But really, in the end, it always goes back to we don't really need any of that. We don't really necessarily need any of that, in my opinion, because the body's self-regulating, and the body's self, like, producing stem cells, like you said. The body does that just by being the body, as long as we are allowing it to. So people who are on like a toxic American diet and stuff, they might need the supplementation of like doing that. That could be very beneficial to somebody, because their body's not doing it naturally anymore. So you're having to shock your body and get it kind of kickstarted into producing these things that it's not normally doing right now, because we're screwed up on the diet.
I know.
So that stuff's crazy tricky, like elaborate. But again, I always I just I always try to stress to people, if you're not into all that, just like me, I'm just eating good foods, and I run around with the kids, and I'm dialed like that. You know what I mean? But to each their own. Some people, they need the gyms, they need to run around the block kind of vibe, and if you vibe with that, do it. But me, like, it
I
bores
don't know
me.
how somebody could just be in like a gym like that. That just I don't know. Yeah, I like
It,
being outside
yeah, exactly.
or
It
even
bores me.
inside.
That's why I've never been
I
to one.
got some, like dumbbells and shit. I'm like, why would I need a gym?
Hmm. Exactly. That's me too. I've got a little home gym now that I've built up,
Yep,
but I started with just dumbbells and shit, and I've never been to one. I've
a
never
little
even been
ghetto
to a
gym.
gym.
I got a little
I
homemade
went
ghetto.
one time as a guest. I went one time as a guest, and I did the little workout thing, and I was like, dude, this is boring as hell. Because I've done the fun stuff. You know what I mean? Skating and
Boring.
BMX and
Yeah, dude.
motorcycles and fishing. And it's like, man,
Yeah.
dude, going to this gym compared to being outdoors and getting exercise, you know what I'm saying, dude? That's why I never liked the school sports. I was good at them, but I was like, dude, this stuff's boring, man. I don't want to go to this practice for 3 hours and do the same thing over and over again. Like, I get it if you want to become a professional, but I don't want to be a professional. I want to go play this sport for a couple hours and then go do another sport, you know?
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I
I
used to
just always
skate for
go off
like
of the vibe.
$7 at a time. I used to skate like 8, 9
Me
hours a
too.
day.
Me too. Me too, bro. For
I
years.
would I would never get bored of that shit.
Yep, exactly. Me too. And I still do it. I got the kids and we go to the skate park still, dude. I do it off and on still. It's fun.
Yeah, I got
But
more
it's
into
just,
biking and hiking because like skateboard, man, it's like slamming so many times that like really started to like mess me up,
yeah.
like my wrist and shit. I was like, I can't. But I do like to, cruise though.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
like
I've skated
bouncing
so
hills
much
still.
now. I'm very lucky because I've skated so much now that it's like second nature, and like you get really good at
Yes.
falling. You get good at falling. So luckily,
Yeah.
knock on wood. But last time I've been skating and riding, like I kind of know my limits, so I kind of stay within them limits, and I still have so much fun, and I don't really get hurt, luckily. But
Yeah.
there's a risk, you know. There's way more
But
of a risk.
yeah, I mean, I was going to like skate parks and trying to do like
Hmm.
stairs and like, nollie down like 8 stairs and shit, like dumb shit.
Hmm. Yep. Yep. I'm more of a. I did the street skating scene too, but that's the hardest on you, without a doubt.
Yeah, hard on your
I'm
body,
more
dude.
of the all
Everybody does that.
around. I like to do
Yeah.
grinds in the middle and just transition skate now more.
Yeah.
And it's just a really fun feeling, a free feeling.
Yeah, people don't exercise. Yeah, yeah, that's a good, easy way to like exercise though, without having to have too much hoopla.
Hmm.
But yeah, like exercise now has to be such big like hoopla event kind of
Yes.
thing. Yeah, like
Yep.
can't you just do something fun? Hiking's pretty cool. I don't know if you're into hiking, but that's a good way to get
Oh yeah. I'm a
around
fisher. I'm a
adventure.
fisherman. I
Dude,
was a
okay.
fisherman.
I used to fish. I used to love it. I used to be a fishing addict, and now I realize it's so destructive. Dude, if I went fishing right now, I feel terrible if I like hooked a fish. Even though I'm gonna release it and do it like the right way and like revive it. Like if I was
Yes, it's
like
tough.
like if I was like starving, dude, yeah, I would be catching fish
Hmm.
like
Yep.
no problem all day. But
Yep.
I'm not, so I feel like it's like destructive, man. I don't know. Do you feel like that like when you fish or
So there's levels to it, like everything. Um, Essentially, I don't ever vibe with harming anything that's alive. You know what I
yeah.
mean? If you vibe off of harming something alive, then that's a problem, you know. But we don't look at it that way. It's all, with the fishing thing. Now the fishing for the over harvesting, like what's going on out there, that's on a totally different level. That's like the worst level. But if you're like catching and releasing some stalker trout, the 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 harm to them is pretty minimal. Um, and you look at, usually when you hook them, it's in the mouth. Sometimes it's in the neck, which is definitely harmful, and they're ripping. That's horrible for that poor thing. So if they swallow your hook, I try to use hooks that rarely get swallowed if I take the kids like just trout catch and release trouting. But yeah, I don't really vibe with it, bro, either. And I'm a fisherman, true blue, and I definitely
Yeah,
don't eat them no more. I definitely don't eat them no more. And I'm looking at more like just I'm gonna leave them alone, kind of. There's some other stuff I can do. I love fishing, and it's cool for what it is. But it's like at the most part, I just kind of want to leave them alone and just and like
yeah.
there's other stuff. There's other stuff. Play football with a kid, or ride scooters, or do something with like instead. And that I feel like the fishing I've kind of gone past it now. I think I've kind of got past it, and I totally know what you mean about like just you know uh it's just messing with another living creature, and it's just not necessary. Like if I
Yeah.
was dying, I'd make a kill and then I'd bless it and then I'd move on, and so it's crazy, but yeah, I'm the same way with it. And then that's what really 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 is important about our modern society is when we would consume meat, they totally use that as a bioweapon against us, bro. The whole meat thing's a huge, huge scam. The whole protein thing is a huge scam. The whole B12 thing is a scam. Your body can produce its own B12. You know what I
You
mean?
would normally be getting B12 from the dirt, like going outside in your bare feet, touching the dirt. That's how you would normally get all
Yes,
like the
that
B12
and
that you
much
need,
more.
or putting your hands in the dirt.
Yes.
It's in live soil, but yeah, but
Yes,
yeah, all
sir.
that protein is like that's like meat industry propaganda for sure.
Without a doubt.
Like you
Thank
need
you.
this much protein, or you will not gain any. And then people will even say to you, "Oh, you're going on a hike trip. Make sure you bring enough protein with you." Like,
Yep.
shut up.
Or carbs, right? Or carbs. They tell you need carbs as fuel. That's such a lie. You know the best fuel when you're exercising or doing anything like that is ketones.
Glucose? Oh, ketones.
No, no, that's the
Oil
glucose
then.
is the glucose is the bread and stuff. And
Okay, because I
and
thought fruit would turn into glucose.
what?
Doesn't fruit turn into glucose?
Well, fruit is fructose and
Oh
fiber if
yeah,
it's a
okay.
good fruit. Glucose is like what sugar turns into in your body. Your
Oh,
body
okay.
turns all the food into glucose.
Oh, okay.
And but we go way over that.
Right.
And so that's the false fuel. And if you think about it, people
See,
tell
I'm like,
you,
I was just like, like programs like say that
yes, yes,
glucose.
exactly.
That's what you're
Yep.
taught to say.
That's what I'm talking about when we're
You're not
glucose
taught to say
dependent.
ketones.
That's right. That's right. When I say we're glucose dependent, that's exactly what it is we depend on that as a fuel. But when you switch to ketone, now and you're in a fasted state, now you're rolling off ketones. When we talk about having energy from the light and the sun and the earth and the ground, right? From touching the ground, the minerals in our skin, that is where we get that energy. And if you think about it, if you're eating, guess what that's doing? It's costing what? It's costing you more energy. It's robbing your energy when you're eating toxic foods because now your body's trying to digest this stuff that it can't digest because it's fake, right? And so now you're trying to digest this fake food. Well, that's inflammatory as hell. You need to go sit and rest and not move at all because your body's got to do all this work now in your digestive system to break down this fake foods. You know what I mean? Think if you took a plastic water bottle and you ground it into this fine powder and you ate it, your body's gonna try to absorb it, but it can't, and it's gonna be triggering this crazy effect in your stomach, and your body's like, dude, I want to break this down. I'm trying to turn this into you. I'm trying to make this into you, what you are, and it's like I can't, bro. This stuff I don't know what this is. I've never seen it before. This isn't made of nature, and so it's this huge inflammation effect, and then we do it again. and then we eat some more, and then it's like, hold on, bro, I'm still trying to work on this fake food you put in me. I gotta poop this stuff out. I don't know how. This gluten is glue. It's sticking to everything, and now you got more coming in. No, stop, like stop. That's what your body's saying, and everyone's like, bro, I got a pre-workout here. You know what I mean? And it's like, bro, I got the protein, I got the whey protein, isolate, and it's like, oh my God, man. And it's like, the energy you use when you're doing a workout, that's from like either yesterday or the day before. You're not using the energy from the food you just ate. Your body hasn't even digested it yet. How do you think you're using the energy from something that just hit your stomach and it's fake? Your body still has to go through and fucking try to figure out what to do with that trash. So if you're in a fasted state, your body's running on what's called mTOR, and it's like super steroids by nature. And that's why I can stay in really good shape and work out every few weeks, but I do it in a fasted state, and then I'm done again. I could just go back to not working out. But I just saw the homie Elohim dropped in here. You guys, if you, it looks like he's pretty busy guy. He comes in and out sometimes, but the philosopher of order, if you guys ever see him, he's a great page to follow. He's on the New Earth vibes. He's trying to set up camps and stuff for people that want to live off the earth, and he's on one. He wrote a book. He's writing another, I think. And he's doing this like collective meditation on the second. Oh, there you are. There you are. You guys follow the homie, uh, the philosopher of order there, and we're all gonna try to meditate. I'm gonna try to do it. I'm gonna do it too. I'm not that good at my dream state sucks. That's where I suck. My dreaming is trash, and I have to put a very conscious effort on if I want to remember my dreams. I keep a dream journal, and I try to tell myself before I go to sleep, but I want to do all the dreaming, and it's like I'm missing out on all that, and that's where I think that's where I look at it like Avatar, bro. Mallory, how you doing, fam? That's how I look at it. Like I look at it like Avatar, bro. Like we're in these avatars, and then we go to sleep, and boom, we go off to the realm that we really are existing in, and then we're doing whatever, in there, which is
The
which
astral.
and then we come back down in this turd in this avatar and we're like, you know what I mean? It's crazy. No, bro, I haven't seen the new Avatar. I've been dying. I know it came out on the 15th. I had it marked and I've been so busy. I'm dying to go watch it. It's about water, dude, and I vibe so high with water. I hope they really explain how water has life. I hope they really get that message because that's very, very important. Because a lot of people don't realize this water has a life to it. Just like fruits and vegetables, when you consume them, if they're not black mold, they're alive still. You can pluck an apple off a tree, throw it in your fridge, and even a wild apple will last you like 3 months. And that whole time, that little sucker's alive. Well, the same thing with our water. And then people are like, well, get me a Kangen. No, no, I tell people if you're gonna spend 5 G's, go to a natural spring and get you some nice glass jugs and fill it up because you're gonna do 1,000 times better than any machine. No machine can bring life into dead water. It's like I say, if you got a turd, put that turd through a canyon and then eat it and tell me that that thing is gonna be good for you. Or I'll tell people, somebody wants to come sell me a canyon. Come in here and scoop some water out of my toilet. You put it through your machine and drink it. Do it. If you drink that toilet water, then that's on you. I still won't drink it, but you know, good luck. I doubt someone's going to be drinking it. So that's how we have to look at this water, guys. If it's dead and shocked and dead, it's dead. You can't bring life back to it. And we also need to know that this water that on our earth, it's actually all recycled. It's a crazy molecular process to actually create water, but not a lot of water is being created on the earth. So we got to remember, like when you're getting your water, the best water is through a spring. where it runs through the sediment of the earth, and it's going through all the minerals, and guess what it's doing? It's recollecting. Not only is it cleaning out all the bad crap that they poison us with, it's picking up all the good minerals, and these minerals molecularly match the same size as the water minerals, so or as the water itself. So actually it's the minerals that are actually hydrating you. It's not this water, because people, they go and distill water, and people live off drink distilled water. And I'm like, dude, you're not getting any actual, you're not actually getting any mineral, or you're not getting any actual hydration. And then it goes further to where we can, I feel like we can drink spring water if we're vibing high, we're not wrapped up in plastic, we're grounding out on our earth, we're connected to nature, we're in nature, we're in the fresh air, we're not under a bunch of chemtrails. It goes on and on and on, right? Well, just so happens that these fruits and vegetables have they have H3O2. And that's the best form of water. That's what we're actually made of. And it's like a gel. And you get the most from your fruits and veggies. So you can eat some weeds and get the best water in the planet from weeds. Uh, Elohim, bro, I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in, man. Great to see you. And I will see you on the second at the least, or we got to do another live. We did a live that was pretty good. I liked it. So we gotta do another live too, bro. But yeah, man, I can go on and on, you guys. I've been up for hours now. I'm gonna call it a night for now. I wanted to connect on with some people on this page. This is a newer backup page for me. But this one right now, they don't have me shadow banned like they do on my bigger page. I have I have that's my old backup. It's confusing, but they shadow banned me on that one, so my views are like 200. But then I post the same videos on this page, and at least I'm getting around, like, a few thousand, like 5,000 ish after a day or two. So this one's not like totally shadow banned like my other page. So I'm posting more on this page, but I've been trying to grow the other page just because it has more followers, because I just want to get more people on the content. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy. It hurts your heart. Mallory, I wish you didn't just come in, because you guys are so much fun to talk to. But yeah, it hurt, dude, but it really didn't, because it's like now I just learn. I've just so many times I've learned my lesson that everything just happens for a reason. So I may not see it yet, but I was going hard. I was going hard on the lives and stuff. I was getting pretty wrapped up. I think I was trying to save the world too fast, and I think that God or the universe is saying, dude, you can't save the world in a day. Like, you need to chill out. I'm doing 11-hour lives. You know what I mean? Like, that's when I think, when I say I'm extreme, when I say that every waking because people are like people in my comments section are like trying to lecture me, or like somebody was complaining about my music too loud in video, and I'm like, hey, just use, I say just use captions. It's easy and free. And somebody's like, you don't have to be like so rude, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like, first of all, this video I made is free. And I said, second of all, I'm giving you advice to use the captions because it'll help you, right? You're taking it as an attack. And it's like, I'm not. It's like, I'm not trying to be rude whatsoever. And I was like, actually, if you knew me, I spend every single waking second that I'm not serving someone in my matrix world, uh, to where I'm working on trying to help people wake up. Literally every second, there's something that I'm doing. I don't partake in anything anymore, other than if I have a second, and it sucks that I have to be on my phone, but it's a necessary evil. And I'm either working on content, or I'm reposting content, or I'm researching content, or I'm researching, trying to refine and tune what I preach. And then I'm trying to practice what I preach. And then I'm still human, so I'm still make mistakes, and I'm still learning along the way. So it's like, gosh, it's just heavy. It's just a lot, but I'm blessed, man. You know what I mean? I can still go, if I can just still go live, even if it's with a small group, it's even better that way. I mean, we were up to 2,200 people, and look at all my day ones dropped in here. Like, Get Good's in here now. It used to be just me and Get Good. And then we got to where we were running lives with 500 people a day. And so, yes, you're right. Uh, Ganja, I've been seeing your comments. I've been seeing all you guys' comments, and I love you guys' comments. You guys are dead on. I just want to acknowledge all that. Um, I've read what you guys are saying. You guys are great. I appreciate all the likes and the comments and everything. Yep, Deanna, kind of missed you too. Yep, you came in late. See all my real ones. All right, so a lot of you guys in here right now are my super real people that I know and on TikTok. So please go follow me. Hannah, I'm following you. I don't know why I'm not following you. But please, if you vibe with me, uh, jump on my other page because I'll follow you on here, Deanna. I try to follow people that are mutual, you know. We are all in this. This is all about collective, right? Oneness. This is all about linking up as one and getting like-minded, Punished right here. Punished, you got a bunch of knowledge to give on your niches, and you are I can see your greatness in what you're doing, bro. So, and you guys have all got this greatness. I always try to remind everybody that if you haven't tapped into it yet, I've only recently tapped into mine, and I'm still trying to grasp it. But we've all got it. Everybody's is unique, and they try to keep us away from our greatness. And I always tell people, if you see greatness in somebody, just appreciate that for that is their unique greatness. Don't ever use that as something that is going to lower your vibe or just think, God, this person's so smart or they're so great at what they're doing. Well, that's just because they hit their sweet spot. They were blessed from whatever reason to fall into their greatness because that was their time to fall into it. So if you guys just keep that seed planted, that you have this greatness greater, if not greater than a lot of these people we see above us right now, these elite people, these people that be selling their souls, they be pumping themselves full of roids, they be going under the knife, getting the booty implants, all these people that are drinking blood and trying to tell everyone, oh, the world, this is how you got to live, and you got to be toxic and chase money and women and all this, and that's all we start seeing. That's all bullshit. You know what I mean? And it's like, man, actually, you're way more badass than those fools. You guys all are. And if you learn, you guys, if you haven't learned about how badass spirituality is, it's 100% just about being a badass and how you've got all these powers. We really do. We really, really do. So just keep that in mind, plant that seed. Like, yes, you are straight up warriors, you guys. If you're on this earth and you're not partaking in a bunch of dirty shit, then you're a warrior. Because this world, it all it does is it favors the toxicity. So anyway, what do you mean, Mallory? Who am I talking about? I'm talking about you. Because like me, like I was always waiting for somebody or someone to recognize my greatness, and it was like I wasn't recognizing it myself because I was waiting for someone to reassure me. And then I learned, like, man, these MFs, they're waiting for someone to do that to them, so they're not going to be reassuring me while they're insecure and trying to protect an ego. You know what I mean? So it's like I learned, like, hey, I gotta see my greatness for myself, and no one's ever going to get it. No one's ever going to see it, but I got to stick to it. You know what I mean? And that's why, and then just so weird how the world works. They say God works in mysterious ways. And it's like, I feel like I tapped into my greatness when I got on fucking TikTok. You know what I mean? And it's like, I never would have thought that that's where I would find my greatness in TikTok, where I can, try to get the truth to people. And that's all. I'm not saying I'm great or nothing, but I just feel like that's that I think I found my calling, man. And if it's not, I feel that way, and I'm gonna keep trying until I get it, pretty much. That's right. We're Rainbow Warriors, Light Warriors, straight up, straight up. You guys are. If you're on this world and you can still vibe high, and with all these toxins coming at us, and we know things for what they truly are, dude, I hate this world, bro. I hate this world. Every day I'm reminded of how much I hate this world when I see what the kids have to go through, and it's like a sick joke, I say. I'm like, this got to be some sick fucking joke that I have to know all this stuff about this food and everything, and nobody else does, and I have to be the one everyone hates because I won't stand for it. I'm the guy that says, no, I know that shit's bad, and I'm not gonna let it be used. You know, have I locked any abilities? Not necessarily like these crazy ones yet, but I think it can be done. I think that I've unlocked parts of my mind without a doubt. And I feel like I'm tapping into certain things that I don't really talk about. Um, but let me just say, I feel like I can see things before they happen sometimes. Like I can kind of predict
Dude,
things.
dude, that's what I'm tapped into and like dreams and shit. It's nothing like I'm major, but I'll dream about a flat, and the next day the car will have a flat. It's just weird shit.
Yes, yes. And you know what? You know how I described it, bro, is like when you have a dream about something or something like you get this deja vu, it's like different than
Yeah,
that. Like it kind of is like deja vu, but it is different. It's really weird.
yeah.
And
How
it's like a faint sense.
it's like your
Like you
higher self.
feel it.
It's like you're tapped into your higher self, and your higher self will like tell you shit maybe.
Exactly.
But you got to be clean for it to work properly. You got to not like. I bet it'll get once I stop like the bread and stuff. My pineal gland will get that much more, detoxed.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about with that stuff. Is your pineal? It'll tell you a little bit about what's going to happen and connect you to your higher self, and your dreams will tell you stuff that you needed to know. And the cleaner you are, the better that's going to run. And that's why I
1,000,
found you.
1,000, 1,000, bro. That's so important. That's so important. It's on, dude. It's on. If I could say if there was anything more important, probably than we talked about, other than the diet, I mean, which that pertains to it. That's so important, man. Because think about even your gut. Like they say, your gut feeling. That's a physical and a spiritual or mental aspect, right? To our life. So think about your gut and think about filling your gut with a bunch of sawdust and glue, like we eat. That's what that is to me, sawdust and glue. It's unrecognizable to our bodies that we would never eat sawdust in the wild. You know what I mean? Even though it's from an organic tree. You know what I mean? It started with, but we would never just be eating sawdust. And then gluten, it was a chemical that they made to glue this, to essentially glue these plants and shit when they make them. They use starch to bond it. But this gluten, they use this glue as to glue paper together. You know what I mean? So when think about that being in your stomach all the time, you can't, and then you learn that we have these chakras. If you have a gut chakra and you're full of gluten all day, that chakra's getting
Blocked,
taxed,
blocked up.
just like blocking your pineal with fluoride. So they got all the chakras tapped in, bro. We can go through them all, but I won't tonight. Um, but I can tell you how each chakra is being attacked. They're smart. They're smart. It's not just the third eye chakra that they're attacking. You know, we know they're attacking our gut chakra, and then the radiation and shit can affect all the other chakras, and it just goes and goes and goes.
And your gut is a very intricate biome of like living things that when you throw all this stuff in there, it's going to disrupt their conditions, and they're not going to be able to thrive. You're going to have, and so you need all that beneficial gut bacteria to thrive. That's not going to do it in glue. I bet mine sucks right now. You know, like because of that bread. I
To
bet
be
it's a lot
honest, to
of
be
stuff.
honest, bro, to be honest, yes, and it's not like you're killing yourself from one loaf, but it's devastating. It's kind of like going and getting a swipe of fluoride on your teeth. That's the
Right.
way I look at it.
Yeah, it's like a cumulative.
Yes. Yep. Yep. We have to look at it for what it truly is, and that's kind of the idea. Is it's yeah. But it's like, hey, let's recognize it. You know, fluoride's a lot easier to kick. You just cut it fluoride out. You know what I mean? But this bioweapon they signed us up with, the poor human race, this one's gonna take a little more effort. So just, be patient with it. Punished. I'm already got full faith. You're smart and you sound like you're on the right page. You just were misinformed and tricked, like we all are. I was too. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? That's why it's weird, bro. Like I had this spiritual awakening, man. I don't really talk too much on this, but it's fucking significant. And I had this spiritual awakening after I'd given up a couple more things that was not good for me. And it was like this, I gave up like two or three things at once because you know how extreme I am, right? And all of a sudden, boom, dude, this awakening hit me so hard, bro, and it still hasn't stopped. And because I haven't started the stuff that I quit. And I guarantee you, if I started doing toxic stuff again, it would go away. But it hasn't, the spiritual awakening for me hasn't gone away. And I'm like almost too awake for this world, though. It's heavy. It's heavy. And the world hasn't caught up yet enough for me. So it's hard. And but anyway, bro, I had this awakening and something told me, like my buddy sent me this video, The Meaning of Oneness, and then I researched it and I was like, "Oh my God, man, this is what I need to do." Like it explained how you got to see through the nuance. And then I look around and I'm like, "Dude, I've been seeing this for fucking 16 years and I've been practicing seeing this. I can see all of it." And I've been complaining about it for years to people and they don't want to hear it, right? They're just like, "Shut up. Shut up. I'm in the Matrix. Like go away. I want to play Matrix stuff." And I'm like, okay, well, enjoy dying, because I'm trying to tell you, like, you are like, I don't mean to say it that way, and I don't want people to, you know what I mean? But it's like, just be mindful, like you're getting it from every angle. So just, but anyway, it goes on and on. But anyway, that's where I came in with hey, like I learned to see this trickery, and that's where it comes back to the homie you, like you're smart, dude. You want to be healthy. That's what I would say. It's like none of us want to be sick, so why would we want to put something in our body that that's going against our human instincts? You know what I mean? Like that's literally going against, we should never do anything that we know subconsciously is harming us. And that's where it goes deeper, where it's like, oh, that was another weapon of theirs, wasn't it? The motherfuckers, they put us in the lowest vibe. That's guilt. When we're subconsciously guilting ourselves from doing something that we subconsciously know is not healthy, even though we were tricked. They told us eat this bread, but then they say, well, bread is not necessarily that good for you because this that or the other. you know that's the nuance. That's what the real true definition of nuance is. These guys have mastered nuance, and that's why my videos seem to probably be like not like many videos you've seen before, because I can pull up a Google page. I can go do all my stuff on Google, and probably not a lot of people could do that, because most people, the first thing you Google, you're not going to really get the truth. You're going to get a lot of weird, like, oh, bro, all the nuance that I've seen while I've researched on these governments' websites and stuff. I spent hours, hours and hours and hours and hours on these websites, and it's all about nuance, man. They use these terms. Every single toxic ingredient has an alternate word. Cochineal. It's a nasty beetle. And it's not just the nasty beetle that you're eating. It's People think the cochineal, dude, is cool. They're just like, oh, protein. Bro, these things, if you look at them, they're so nasty looking, dude. Never in nature. If you see that thing, you cringe, bro. You're like, ugh, gross, dude. But it's not that gross to people, right? They're like, I'll eat bugs, screw it. You're not just eating the bug. I'm gonna make another video about this, because these carminic acid is this acid that they secrete, to kill their enemies. And so it's like you're eating this animal's defense secretion as it's a poison. It's to kill ants because ants attack them, and they've developed this poison to kill these ants, and that's what they're scraping and feeding us. And then you learn that the lac bug, they call it lacquer, bro. It's called lacquer. That's weird. That sounds awfully a lot like it's somebody that likes ruling this place. And the lac bug is all in all your produce. You know, if they spray it with the lac bug, and they can seal your deck with it, and it won't get no water through. And it's like, oh my God, dude, these guys, and again, they got all these different names. Like the cochineal has like 10 different names. Red dye 40 has different names. Um, and it's like L-cysteine. Why don't you just call it human hair? Well, because L-cysteine can be duck feathers, it can be pig bristles, it can be horns, or it can be human hair they sweep off of the floors in China. Do you want to hear a quick? I'm gonna call it a night here soon, but this one's crazy, bro. I still need to make a video, but I contacted this company that makes these vitamins, right? Because I wanted to see what they said. And so I emailed Now Foods and I said, where do you get your citric acid? Where do you get your L-cysteine? And where do you get your chitin? Because these are the ones that are made of really sketchy shit, right? And so they emailed me back and they're like, oh, we get I'm so glad that they told me where, because they said that they get the L-cysteine from China, right? Well, that's weird because if you followed me or you've ever seen my video, you'll know that they say right there, the government or whoever I reference, they say that the majority of L-cysteine is this human hair they sweep off of barber shops in China. And it's like, dude, this is elaborate evil. You can't make this up. You know what I mean? This is reality. Are you serious? Like this is not a movie? Like I would think this was a movie where they're sweeping up hair in China and that they're making a vitamin out of that, but it's not just the hair. Because if it was just crunched up hair, that would be weird, right? So they use a chemical to this acid to melt the hair. So now it's this melted hair with acid, and then they can put it in a pill and feed it to you and tell you it grows your hair and your nails. And so I wanted to see what they said. So they said, "Oh, we get our L-cysteine from China." And then I emailed them again. I'm like, "No, I want to know what is it derived from." And that's when I was like, "Dude, there's no way they're gonna tell me." Well, it just so happens they said that the L-cysteine that they get for their vitamins is in fact the duck feathers, which I guess out of all of the things you would say that it is, that might be the least gross, but that's still nasty. Why would we want to eat duck feathers, bro? If I wanted duck feathers, I'll go pluck a duck and grind up the feathers and eat the feathers. Why am I going to pay you for that vitamin? But what's extra conspiracied up about it is they said they get them from China. I'll bet you money that L-cysteine they're using is in fact that hair.
Absolutely. China's full of shit telling them it's feathers. They know it's not, but since China has told them it's feathers, they can just say that it is.
Yes. And
Guilt
that's why they
free.
get to use that's
But it's
why
definitely
getting as crazy as I do on these ingredients is very important. That's why it's very important because we need to see that they're tricking us. They can use a code word like L-cysteine. They can use 10 different fucking things and they can call it L-cysteine. Same with chitin. You can go from chitin in a mushroom, which is supposed to be a non-digestible form of the mushroom, the part of it, the outside, it's non-digestible. It's a prebiotic. It is. It's not digestible, but it still works as a prebiotic. So of course, I'm not going to question if they say the chitin in a mushroom is the same as the chitin they get from a fucking exoskeleton on a bug or a crab shell or a shrimp shell. and that's what chitin's made of. It's made of either ground up crab shell, shrimp, or bug, or it can technically be on the outside of mushrooms, which they're not messing with that, you know. And then I asked them the citric acid, dude, and they admitted that the citric acid that they use is fermented on sugar, and they use the code word. They don't just say it's black mold. What's the code word for it? You guys might know by now. I've drilled this stuff out so hard. Um, Thank you for the likes, guys. But um, oh my God, chitin. They mainly use the crab shells, and they melt it with acid, and then they give you to that as a vitamin. And you know what they said, that they said that one was shrimp shells. They straight up said it was shrimp shells. And it's like, man, if I wanted a vitamin of shrimp shells, why wouldn't I just save the shrimps that I eat from the night before or whatever and just burn that up with a chemical and make my delicious chitin vitamin? But anyway, the point is it can be the compound found on the outside of a healthy mushroom, or it can be ground up bugs, and it's the same thing. They can call it the same thing. So that's important. That just proves that we can unpack their evil right there. But yeah, it just goes and goes, you know what I mean? Gosh, but it's like exhausting, but then it's like super relieving for me to be able to kind of talk about it, because it's like, man, people aren't really seeing this. And then it's like I make my videos and it's like I get a handful of conscious people that are like, bro, like, yes, this I see it. And then I get a whole grip of people that are like my content is so unpopular. You know what I mean? I'm surprised anyone even follows me, honestly. I mean, the ones that are conscious, I feel like are the ones doing it. So that's a good thing, because I don't really, I'm down for the NPCs if they have a shred of an open mind. If you're an NPC with a totally shut mind, you won't even open it for a second. You know what I mean? Get out. But if
Well,
you're an
that's why they're
NPC,
a NPC. If they
exactly,
if they didn't have the closed mind, well, then they wouldn't be one.
exactly. But
But it's funny because they're
there's
open to
people who
certain
can see.
info.
Well, there's people who can see one video and wake up. Like if one video, if I let's say like I say something a certain way and they vibe with the way I talk or the way I say it or the analogies I use,
Yeah.
they that video can just totally can plant a seed in someone to help them wake up. You know what I mean? And same with you, bro. Like you've got your knack. There's going to be a lot of people. That's why I explain to people it's very important to get your voice out there. If you've got a special voice and you know it, get it out there and share it, because there's a group of people who are going to vibe with what you say more than they vibe with what the last guy said that even's got 1 million followers. But anyway, yes, you guys are dead on your comments too.
I'm
And
missing the
it's
comment.
like,
I'm doing housework.
oh no, you're good, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna call it for now. I'm freaking tired. I pulled an all-nighter. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna actually take a nap. But again, if I stay fasted, I bet you I'll probably nap for like 3 or 4 hours and I'll be juiced for the day. That's what's nice when you're just not overeating all the time. And when you do eat, I mean, think of your gut. You know what I mean? I eat fruits and veggies. So as far as my gut's concerned, you can't be easier on it. You know what I mean? If you're eating a bunch of meat and stuff, I'm not gonna do the meat bashing thing, but it's way harder on your gut at the very minimum. At the very minimum. So just, keep in mind the more whole foods that you're smashing, the better your gut's gonna be, the better your gut chakra is gonna be, the better your gut feeling is gonna be, guys. If we can get to the gut chakra, that thing alone can get you to unlocking everything that you need to unlock to ascend, really, to really get out of being a victim to this toxic world. And if we don't see the things, acknowledge them, and work our way toward getting away from them, then we're going to be a victim to them. like I was, and many people become victims in one way or another to this matrix, the food matrix, or the social matrix, or the job matrix, or the ego matrix. The ego matrix is huge, you know. Yeah, like even women too. Men are worse, but women don't sleep on the fact that you guys can have an ego. I mean, most women not like men. Most women that I've seen, they just luckily that's one thing they don't have. But
Have you
the
seen this app?
women,
This app's full of women with giant egos.
yes. Oh
This app
yes.
runs
I've
on
like the creators, a lot of the creator women that I've seen, they get pretty hard on the ego thing and
crazy.
they'll fight to protect it. But with women, it's interesting because women are usually only actually out to impress other women.
Yeah,
They usually don't really give a damn about men because they already know that men are drooling over them. That's just nature. It's like,
exactly.
yeah, it's like if you look in
How do you
nature,
understand
like
this?
the man always has to prove himself, and the woman's just kind of like, nope. You know what I mean? The woman's just kind of like, I'm not impressed really because it's like I
Whoever
got
can
another dude over
us
here
will
that's doing the
know.
same thing. You know what I mean? And so, but it's the women. They're like, oh, I'm gonna be pretty, and show this other woman how pretty I am. It's kind of interesting, you know.
You
But
getting any
I don't know.
comments yet about that? Let's see in the chat.
Yeah,
Are,
the women,
are
because
you
I got a
going?
lot of women on here usually,
I
and
know.
they're the best women in the world though.
Yeah,
But you
no, they're
guys,
yeah, they are. Yeah, I didn't mean any of the females in here. I meant, when you scroll on
no,
TikTok,
yeah, you're
just
good.
women just like,
They know,
debasing themselves for like,
yes,
internet coins.
yes, and men too. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
hell yeah.
And
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's the whole thing. Yeah, but that's the whole thing about this. If you look at it again, if it goes back to the spiritual thing, and the masculine and feminine energy is they slaughtered that for us, guys.
Yeah.
They turned it all around. They've got the women trying to be more masculine, which the women can have the masculine energy, but we just need to understand that it's a balance of these even within ourselves. Like the men need to tap more into their feminine and quit being afraid to have emotions, quit being afraid to express yourself, or quit being afraid to cry, man. You know what I mean? Like I don't really be crying in front of people that much, you know just because that's not my comfort zone. But like I often get times where I'll just kind of like tear up, and then sometimes I'll just be like super happy, and it's like we got to embrace that. We got to actually embrace that, and embrace. And the women need to. It's like they try getting the women to be over masculine, and it's like women. It's like it's not like it's a yin and yang. It's not like um, the women need to compensate to overcompensate the men. The women just need to recognize that they've got this masculine and this feminine energy, and to embrace the fact that the women are that's the feminine energy that they're the creators. They're way the women are above the men in the sense, but this is the men's realm where the men are the more the brute strength. So you need to just let the men be that part and then embrace how beautiful the women's side is where they're literally creators of fucking existence really of us, you know what I mean? And it's like they try getting the women away from that. They want the women doing this, that, and the other. I'm not going
Why
to get
they
into all
target,
that.
that's why they target them, like, with like the propaganda, because they're more valuable from a reproductive standpoint.
Definitely, definitely, because men are a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
Men's got the seeds. We're like seeded grapes. They ain't got a seedless yet. They want a seedless.
Yeah.
But there's seedless grapes all over, but the women are the ones that choose to bring the life in, and it's like, yeah, it's crazy. There's like a bunch to that stuff that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I can go on and on about it. But anyway, you guys, I am gonna jam off of here. I appreciate you guys for rolling with me. Again, I'll be rolling on the other account. If you guys haven't checked out my recent videos, if you want to check out some crazy stuff about the meat and the animals and what they're doing in the labs, that's kind of the kick I'm on for now. And then I call that thing the man bear pig that they made. I'm going to do a video about that thing. The thing's freaky as hell. When I saw a picture of that thing, it's creeping me out still. I'll never
That
forget looking
real?
at that man pig.
Is that real?
Yeah, bro.
Holy!
As far as National Geographic is concerned,
I have to go back and look at that now.
yeah, I'm gonna dig more deeper into that thing. It's fucking scary.
Well, hey, thanks for letting me
Go find the
guest
hauling
host,
creature.
man.
Dude, thanks for
It's been
dropping in,
fun.
bro. Anytime you're in, I love it. I love it. You're great. I usually a lot of people that I bring in here, they kind of like cutting in because I can talk a lot and then we get excited, but you're like a really great on your timing and listening and everything, so I really appreciate that. You're very smart. I'm glad that I hope I enlightened you a little bit and you guys always all you guys always contribute to me in one way, shape, or form. I always learn something every live. That's why I was going crazy 11-hour lives because it's such a good positive thing and it makes me feel better. I'm going through, right now I got some bullshit matrix stuff going down that's heavy, you know what I mean? But I keep trying to stay resilient. I keep saying, "Nah, I'm not going to let it get me down." Like it's tough. So you guys help me. If I help you, you're definitely helping me.
Yeah, dude, you definitely helped me a lot. That's why the first thing I said was all the shit that you got me to stop because I just wanted you to
Right
know
on. That's right.
you definitely helped me. You're definitely not on here just
Right on.
speaking into a wind tunnel or something.
Right. And
People
you're smart
want
and
to clear
you've got a
that.
following and stuff. So
Yeah,
you're gonna spread the word. That's what I want to do. I want you guys to empower yourselves and get through the knowledge. I'm the guy that can read between the lines. That's all, that's my little gift. You know, Punished, you got your gifts, you got your way of talking and stuff. You got a lot of people that are, you're very compelling with the way you say things and the information that bro. You're very good at it. So keep tapping into that, believe in it, and just keep spreading the good word. And your life's gonna keep improving. You give up that bread, that's like giving up smoking. That's like you're gonna quit smoking, brother. So
yeah,
enjoy it. It's gonna be not you're gonna see the benefits right away. So I'm excited, you guys.
yeah. This will be
But
my
yes,
no bread.
we will yes. Let me know. Let me know. Message me and stuff too. Let me know. We'll keep in touch. We're all gonna keep in touch. I can jump between these two accounts now, which is beautiful because if I get banned on here, I'll just I'll jump on the other account.
It's hard
So
to message because
that's nice.
I'm just constantly flooded, but I'll try because I like
Right,
message.
me too.
I just my shit is just
No, me too.
filled
Yep.
with porn
Yep,
bots.
me too. Me too. I yep, I talk that's why I like the lives because I talk to so many people and it's hard to
Yeah,
get back to every
yeah. It's
message.
so
It's
they're
way
talking
easier.
lives, right?
Yep. Yep. Right on, you guys. I will see you guys soon and have a good day. Happy holidays and all that. I hope you guys had a good holiday and everything. Even though it's fake, we make the best of it, right? So you guys have a good one, man. I will see you again soon, all right?